hear me?
I can hear you, Chemo.
Ah, good. Or bad, depending on.
But I'm just a random audience member. I can't hear the room. I can't hear the main room.
They are what do you call it when your audio is off?
Muted, but
Muted. There
maybe
we go.
yeah, maybe they have us muted too.
Could be. I would.
We just saw Walter strike out Tristan in the baseball game. Then we had to leave.
He likes that.
Oh yeah, and Tristan had a new bat and everything. It was brutal.
I'm sorry. I'm not really.
It was fun.
Good. Well, I'm in Seattle today.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, let's let them fire this thing up. 6:30.
I think we're all set whenever you are.
Ready to record?
Mhm.
Okay. Gonna wait for recording. Progress.
Recording in progress.
Where's my signal? It's okay to start. Okay, welcome to the regular Norwich Select Board Wednesday, May 28th, 2025 meeting. I'm Mary Layton, our Select Board Chair. Our Vice Chair, Chemo Griggs, is on Zoom tonight. Also joining us are Priscilla Vincent, Matt Sweat, Marcia Calloway, and Town Manager Brennan Duffy, and minutes taker Jenny Tolman. So we're going to start out with the agenda. We have had a request to move the lister's request for extension up in the agenda. Is it amenable to the Select Board to move that right after public comments?
Yes.
You would be okay with that? How about you, Matt?
What was the reasoning behind it?
Just to move it up and get it a little bit ahead of the animal control ordinance, which may take quite a lot of time and energy, depending on how we do it. So, and you're certainly allowed to say, you know.
I guess I would say I always like to be helpful, but I think that as a precedent, moving things around without like special reasoning, like, you know, a lawyer has to meet us at a specific time or something like that, can get, that's a slippery slope.
Okay. Marcia? Yeah, I agree. You agree with Matt? Yeah. Okay. Chemo, can you hear us and speak to us?
I can hear you and speak to you. My feeling on this one is I expect the lister's request to be brief, and taking care of it early on might be a comfort to everyone. Just get it out of the way.
Okay. It certainly is a very important topic for our town. So I'm going to be the swing on this and move it to the earlier time. So that, other than that, are there other amendments to the agenda?
I'm just wondering whether we could include in number 15 department reports, just an acknowledgement of what the finance department does for us, and they have a wonderful summary this time. It would be nice to sort of include them with the departments. They do a lot of work.
I'm sure we can do that. It will be probably late, but I imagine, and that would be very nice. Very good. Okay, may I have a motion then? And I don't believe we have to mention the order. I think that's, well, we could. I'll take a motion.
Okay, I move to approve the agenda as amended. To move the lister's request for an extension from number 9 to number 4. And also to include the finance department in the department reports under number 15.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Also to include the finance department under department reports in number 15.
The comments? Okay. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I heard Kima there. Any further discussion? Okay, Scylla, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Matt,
Yes.
Marsha? No. Okay, and Kimo?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm a yes. Okay. The second item on the agenda is the chair's report. I wanted to commend Marsha Calloway for writing a very nice article for the Norwich Times. It was not attributed to her in the Times, it was never, but it was a great article, and I really appreciate her writing it, and I think everybody really enjoyed it. I wanted to say a little bit about how we're in our civic space, and if we could try to be kind to each other when emotions get a little bit heated because we're passionate about the subject. Let's remember that we've got an opportunity to work things out in a democratic manner and stick to the issues and just try to be respectful. So, and I think our last meeting may have lasted to about 11 o'clock. So we're going to try to move things along. I may either ask for brief comments at times, or, you know, if we've seen the same people over and over, I might limit it, because I don't think we govern well for the town if we're here that late. By the time it gets to 10, probably our decisions are kind of falling apart. So that's my comment. Oh, and I helped to put together the agenda with the team as usual, and that's it for the chair's report. Are there public comments for anything not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none.
Jan has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Jan Lesper.
Yes, hi, just a quick note from the planning commission. You'll see it on a page 100 and something in the packet. But I just wanted to pull it forward here. We have reached the stage with the planning commission having approved a batch of zoning regulation and a couple subdivision regulation changes. Those will go to public hearing on June 10th. The official warning went out on Saturday. And so the detailed list of changes is at the town clerk's office. It's on the website. It's at the planning office. There's a short summary of each change, and then there's the full document incorporating all the changes. So I just wanted to make you aware of that and encourage everyone to participate in the hearing and take a look at those changes.
All right, thank you, Jan.
You bet.
And we did receive your correspondence on that too, so it was in the packet. Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, well, that's does a representative of the listers want to come up? Come up.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for moving us up
Yep.
earlier. We greatly appreciate that.
You're welcome.
So we have everybody's probably read the agenda and read the packet. So I just wanted to say that I don't wish to reread the memo or anything, but to the point of the memo, we're asking for an extension for the filing of the abstract and grand list which has to be approved by the select board per statutory requirements. And so we're coming before you, as I mentioned at your last meeting, that there was a likelihood of this, and this will allow us to extend the abstract filing date and not violate the statutory deadline of June 4th. So that is what we're here to ask. And I have a copy of the extension request. And that's the reason we're here with you. If there's questions.
Okay, are there questions or comments? So,
I've been going to some of the listers meetings, including ones where they've had the appraisers on Zoom, and the listers really have done everything they could and can to encourage and assist KRT to getting this thing done. I don't think they could do any more than they've done, and the statutes provide for this kind of thing. So I think we should just say, fine, no problem. It's not a problem with the state. Unfortunately, I would also like to point out that in the memo of May 23rd from the town manager, Cheryl was called out personally in ways that I found disrespectful and unnecessary. And I just don't think that that should stand.
can you say in particular what you were referring to?
Yeah. The do you want me to read? No, I don't want to read his paragraph here, but the implication is that because Cheryl is planning to take time off, the schedule can't be as was originally hoped for a long time ago, and that has nothing to do with it. I don't think somebody should be called out personally for something like that.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Anyone else have a comment or a question?
I'll just respond since that was directed to my memo. So I have over the past 2 weeks, probably 2.5 weeks now, tried to be helpful to the listers as far as making some suggestions on how this whole process and timeline could be expedited so that we could still meet our voted deadline of getting our tax bills paid. So I don't think I intended to call Cheryl out in any way. I was suggesting, from my knowledge, there's timing issues with how this could work. My suggestion was that we could find some additional time early in the schedule that would allow for the grand list to get filed before July 28th. And our deadline for the mailings is July 30th, as we know. So that, if it stands the way it is not going to allow that to occur. And there is a ability to extend out, if we miss July 30th, by however many days, the tax bill becomes due 30 days after it's issued. So that's not necessarily a critical, fail, but I do think we could find time within this 2 months that we have from today forward. And that was my suggestion, was if Cheryl had to be out of town for a period of time, could we move that up still and have time to hold these informal meetings, which is what I was referring to. So I just, for the record, I certainly didn't intend to insult Cheryl by suggesting we could still form informal meetings with KRT appraisal being the key to that, and still potentially meet a deadline of July 30th.
All right, thank you. I'd like to say that I think there's some ambiguity just about what will happen. It doesn't really have to do with the timeline that the listers have made or the timeline that we're going to need in order to have the grand list lodged and our tax bills sent out. Just because we had COVID go through, we had the crazy. And Hartford's list, I believe they said, was 86% increase. So that is going to be noticed in town. And that is why I think, was it 180 grievances that is built into this?
We're planning.
Right. So, and maybe people will realize that, maybe people really need to come in and talk about it personally. Maybe they'll be calmer than that. There'll be, 50 grievances or 10, or maybe there'll be a couple hundred, but we don't really know that. There's some uncertainty to this, and there's a lot of tension about it. I think that you know, to me, if the you could call me out on this, but if the grand list goes way up, it seems to me the tax rate goes down, but perhaps you'd pay a similar proportion of taxes. Is that a fair statement?
If we get everybody's assessments to the level they should be at, then some will be paying a greater share
Right.
than those that are closer to their assessment to fair market value.
Yeah, that's true, because it's a huge rate adjustment.
Right. So there's many a sale where the current assessment can't change due to the sale because that is not allowed. And therefore the property owner has paid on a very low 2016 assessment until we do a reappraisal.
Yes,
And so they're not paying their fair share.
right. And I think the state has mandated, I think every 6 years, every town
Yeah.
has to. So that will
To
just
start.
keep this on a more regular basis, and hopefully we won't have another pandemic or some shocking event that will spike, you know, the real estate up. So I'm hoping we can get through this gracefully. If there are opportunities to tighten up that schedule, it'd be great to get it on the original, you know, the tax bills out in time. But I do support the extension just in case,
Right.
because I think there's just ambiguity here. There's just, I think we just have to allow wiggle room. On the other hand, we've got to get the tax bills out, and the school has to have their payment, their $1 million payment, you know, it just holds everything up. And, you know, it's just disruptive for every single person, so.
And as we mentioned, and it's clear, the voted payment of taxes, the due dates in the article on the annual warning is the target date when all is well. The statutes do provide for a situation that we're in, and we've been in this situation with other reappraisals years. It doesn't always work right to the T for that first due date, and the statutes allow for 30 days.
Yes.
It's not what we wanted, and I
No,
just,
anybody want.
you know, we are elected to do a job that we feel we're doing well at. And we have the respect of the people in this town, we believe, from the support we've gotten through the annual meetings and the votes that have taken place. And we do not wish to destroy that confidence that they have in us by rushing this process through. And for a 3-day delay in a tax bill due date or whatever. But I just also want to be clear and on the record that the Second Amendment to this contract had due dates that have not been met by the reappraisal firm. Had they been, my time away would not have impacted a thing. And if the town manager had spoken with me directly about this, I could have explained that. But once again, we're not invited to departmental meetings, and we're not able to explain unclear scenarios. It would be great if we had that more in-person conversations. But the deadlines that were set have long been passed by the KRT appraisal firm, which is unfortunate, but we worked with them to set up a new schedule, thinking June 4th would still work. But June 4th can't work because that's next week, and we don't have an abstract.
Okay,
It's simple as that.
sure. Well,
That's it.
we're all going to do just the best we can to, you know, to get this done.
Exactly.
Marcia, do you have a comment or question?
I just wonder, you know, I know you're going to be away during part of this time, I think from what I read, but 9 days to work on the current use allocations with 4 people in the office now seems like a lot. So if you could, you know, put all your shoulders to the wheel and maybe get that done faster, because I agree with Mayor. I'm sorry, I've got pneumonia. If, you know, everything is being held up, and I don't think it's fair to blame other people. I think it's all hands on deck. And so at this time of year, you've done this for what, 16, 20 years? You know what the drill is, and this is a particularly tough time. So I think if you can shorten that period up and move this up so that we don't have late bills and we don't have the money, you know, we're losing money in town from the revenue that's not coming in as quickly. Everybody was concerned, including you, about changing the due date for educational payments. And so we don't want to get deeper behind. And so do what you can, I'd say. Shorten it up.
And I think that's stated in our memo, Marcia, very clearly, that we will tighten up the time frame, but it has nothing to do with my time away. It has to do with the proper procedures and giving the people in this town the respect to look at assessments that are going to come at them that are hugely different, and giving them time to digest that and come to an informal hearing and get support and understanding. And those are important to be at. And we will tighten up, as we said in our memo, as best we can. If we don't have 180 grievances, we'll be thrilled.
Yeah, I was just looking at the calendar on the Department of the Vermont Department of Taxes, and it talks about the current use allocations and how you do that. And it just seems like 9 days is a long time, and that's not involving people, that's lister work.
So to your question, may I?
Yes.
So this year, current use is now being done differently. While it may sound like we push a button and current use is done, that is not how it works. There's a handbook in there. You may come in and visit us. We will show you how it works, but it is not simple, and it's changed this year, and we have to do it differently. And that I'm not even sure has been communicated nicely by the state so that all of the people enrolled in current use know what the change is and what's coming. So we expect more grievances because we're the messenger, and that's who they come to. So we don't, and we have VT Pi, which is another platform, and we have NEMRIC. So we have it all. And it's not something, and KRT has no access to VT Pi. They don't want it. They don't have access to NEMRIC. They have access to the CAMA software, and that's where they want to end. So it's all on our shoulders, and we need to do it right.
Well, that's your job.
That's what we're elected to do, and the oath of office that we take.
And then just point out, you're not a department, you're an elected official.
That's right.
That's why department meetings aren't under him.
Well, the town clerk is invited and she's elected as well, but that's, I've tried. I can't get it to happen.
Is there?
Matt, go ahead.
I do understand, like, I've been following this as much as a new select board person could. And, but it was not around when we created this contract with KRT. But clearly they've missed a lot of deadlines that were in the contract. And I'm wondering if there was like some sort of payment structure that is different for them missing deadlines.
The way the payment structure is set up is with every invoice that they present, 15% is withheld until the reappraisal has been approved by the state of Vermont, because the state has to approve the reappraisal work. So they do a two-pronged test.
Right, but there's no penalty for late,
Right.
late
I was
missing
asking,
deadlines. There's
the job not well.
yes, because we didn't anticipate that might happen. We were sure it would meet the June 4th deadline, and so we had just assumed that all of the other deadlines would also be met. In hindsight, maybe we would have done it differently, but we are where we are.
Any other questions or comments? Could I have a motion?
Yeah. I move to approve a 30-day extension to file the abstract and grand list.
For a second?
Second,
Okay, I think Matt, kind of you. All right, so let's have a vote. Priscilla,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Kimo,
yes,
how do you vote? Yeah, okay. And Marcia,
No,
and I'm a yes. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Madam Chairman, I have your artwork on the form.
sure. Let's expedite this. Let's see, make it the right spot. Okay, good luck. You're off and running.
Thank you.
Okay, our next agenda item is the animal control ordinance. And select board members have written memos with their positions and suggestions. So I think we could talk about what our, what our current, if there are any changes that are that we would like to consider as motions to include in the animal ordinance. I had pulled out a couple of suggestions that Matt Sweat had put in his memo for the motion sheet. He had noticed, this is section 5B, suggested that should read as newly acquired animals older than 6 months must be licensed within 30 days. And then the other one that I pulled out had to do with off leash. So that was, I moved it section 13, and I won't move it, but it had to do with section 13B. And would read, unleashed dogs are prohibited from town-owned recreation areas within the town of Norwich unless in a designated enclosed area or during posted hours at a designated recreation area. So we're trying to step towards the people that love to have some off-leash time with their dogs. We're enabling dog park, but not mandating it if we go through with this way of thinking. And we're trying to get a balance because we think that, there are not too many bites or incidents per year, but if you think about a little toddler or grandma or something, we don't really want anyone to have an unfortunate or unpleasant or, harmful dog incident. We'd like to try to reduce those. This is only one tool, the ordinance. It takes kind of a culture shift to make this happen. So that's my intro. Would anyone else like to comment about what we'll do tonight? So,
Why am I always commenting? Yeah.
no, it's good. That's where we're over here.
I thought it was really helpful, the wording that Matt suggested, and I'm glad you put it into the motion. I think there are a great many bites and things going on, but they're simply not reported. And, people either they're annoyed, but, why go that extra step? Who wants to call the police on somebody No, we don't do that unless it probably requires medical attention. So anecdotally, I'm hearing, and I don't see Bree up there, but she's told me she gets lots of reports of this because a lot of it happens at Huntley. And so people go to her because she's the rec director.
Right.
But apparently there are a lot of unpleasant encounters. So I would just challenge that part. It's not just four.
Four reported to the police.
Yeah,
But there may be.
I think
more.
there are a lot more. I think there are a lot more.
Okay, Milton Chemo has his hand up.
Yeah, hi. We may have to determine who will do the posting. Who's responsible for posting hours at designated areas?
Okay. We may have to decide who is responsible. My idea would be to not define that too narrowly because we might want to try out different scenarios. To my mind, unfortunately, it would fall under the purview of the town manager to do that. And that
Lucky town then.
which unfortunately, because I think, it will be a bit of if we decide to do this, it will still be a conversation it's a balancing between the kids that are playing baseball or, when is the scheduling for that? When is it really fun to take your dog off leash in Huntley Meadow and what other people would be around? There's still a lot of discretion there, but I think to, really work out that it'll be between such and such an hours of a weekday or to narrow it down too much is probably not a great idea for an ordinance. I would leave it more flexible personally.
I think the hours might need to change depending on the season.
Depending on the season.
The amount of
situation.
daylight, how much official use there is, but let's not forget, it's not just the kids playing stuff or the adults playing sports. It's people who don't want to be walking somewhere where there are loose dogs around for a whole variety of good reasons. And
Right.
we need to respect their ability to go out and walk and enjoy Huntley as well.
Okay. Other comments?
I'm going to assume that everyone has read all the memos, because I think that we all put a fair amount of time in our own way into writing, kind of how we view this through different lenses. And I'd like to just submit that as sort of select board members, I feel like we're elected to try our best to represent the opinions of like all the citizens. And in that way, we become the sort of neutral party that a lot of people who I would define as sort of the good neighbor people who don't want to stir up anything, but are still affected by dogs that aren't well behaved, will come to us and talk to us about sort of like their hesitancy about dogs running loose down in Huntley. And so I think that we hear a lot more than maybe what I would define as sort of like the really good dog owners, which I think is like most of the people sitting in this audience who and I thank you for doing that. But there is that other area of people who are like, who are either not like responsible dog owners or just have really tough dogs to manage. And so some other people, so our lens, I think, is fairly wide angle through all the people that we've been able to talk to because of our neutrality. And so one group that I just talked to recently was Building and Grounds, because they spend a lot of time down in Huntley. And so I was curious about their experience. And so like some of their experiences were that they've had plenty of run-ins with dogs off leash when they're trying to mow. And like to the point where, you know, a dog has tried to jump up onto the deck of the mower. And so, or seeing what I would characterize as near misses, where, you know, not only are the people not like, I feel like a lot of things are underreported, but near misses are kind of just blown off. We're like, oh, well, good. That kid didn't get knocked over by that dog that was running at him to take his toy. So we'll let bygones be bygones. It doesn't mean it's okay. And I would say that like they've witnessed those things too. So yeah, so somebody told me that a compromise is a decision that's reached where like no parties are happy. And so as an optimist, or I like to think a realist, I would say that compromise is a decision that's reached where like everybody gets a little bit of what they want. And I feel like we're inching towards that. And I think that most of the people, at least that I've talked to on the listserv and all that kind of stuff, have like agreed that like the model ordinance for VLCT as it stands is a good, you know, legitimate ordinance to adopt. And so the thing in question is section 13, which is what we added to take into account, you know, lots of input from department heads and other things. And so in modifying sort of section 13B of section 15, we can adopt this ordinance, and it gives us the flexibility to create an area that's designated and fenced in for like a large meadow area where dogs can run, and we don't have to worry about their interactions with other people. And we can also offer hours posted where there can be dogs off leash. And I think that that's I think we're getting towards this spot where hopefully everybody has been heard, and also has something that they can take away, feeling like they got something from this after speaking up. And it's certainly, section 13 is different than when we began this discussion. And so I'd just like to note that. And if we were to talk about, I like leaving it somewhat open-ended, but obviously it's up to, it would, in my opinion, up to the town manager to decide sort of the specificity of this. And if he were to delegate it to recreation or whatever, you know, they seem to be most informed about all the different nuances of like everything that goes on at Huntley. And I'd just like to point out, I've said it a million times, this ordinance really doesn't affect all the use of trails, because Guile Mountain Trail and the Milt Fry Nature Area all are currently, you have to have a dog on leash. And the other favorite places like Parcel 5 and you know, I forget them all. But, yeah, and Brookmead and stuff like that are all on private land. So that's up to the private landowner how dogs are taken care of. So we're still really talking about like nuances of the use of Huntley Meadow. And I do think it is important to note that Huntley Meadow is a multi-use place. It's not just for it's not just for sports. It's not just for tennis. It's not just for little kids playing on the playground. It's used all the time in lots of different ways. And we have to make sure that all the citizens are comfortable using it in the most times possible. So, sorry.
Thank you. And I noticed Kimo has his hand up. Go. Do you like
Thank
to
you.
speak, Kimo?
Thank you. I would love to. Thank you. I'd like to maybe have some wording or an understanding that we can revisit this. Adopt a policy and revisit it to see how it's working and adjust as necessary over time. So this doesn't become
Okay,
a fixed ruling.
Well, I mean, you could always amend it, but it's also an ordinance, not a policy. It's slightly
Yeah.
different. So,
Well, the suggested wording is not specific about, so there would be plenty of room to say, try
For
these hours,
discretion.
try these hours and see if they work.
Mhm.
What's the feedback from various people?
Right. Well, we
So
can always come back
I think this gives us lots of flexibility.
It gives flexibility and
So
discretion.
we wouldn't have to fuss with the ordinance itself. We could fuss with.
Well, it would be part of the ordinance.
Well, but we're not suggesting we put in the hours for unleashed dogs would be. We're not saying that.
Boxed
No.
in with specific
No.
decisions, but to allow
Good.
for trying it out.
I think this wording does.
Wording is good.
Yeah.
All right. Marcia?
So just to be clear, are you suggesting that section 13 be amended to just remove paragraph B?
Oh, we're gonna have to look at that. Somebody have that?
Yeah. I do.
I thought it was adding to.
Yeah, if I may. So I think what Mary had suggested in the motion sheet was that B stands with the addition of some language that would allow for off-leash dogs at certain hours. And that would be the change. And then Matt had mentioned another change about how timely new dogs need to be reported as well.
And that's in an earlier section, I think.
Actually, 13B right now says unleashed dogs are prohibited from town-owned recreation areas within the town of Norwich unless in a designated enclosed area. So this would replace that with unleashed dogs are prohibited unless in a designated enclosed area or during posted hours that are designated.
So it extends it a little
Extends
bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I wonder if the motion should say that it replaces that current one, or we would just.
Well, I'd like to see a final version before we bless it. So,
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So it could be, we could request that in another draft, that this language should be included,
yeah,
and then see this again and really, think it through. I know we've seen it many times, but I think we're getting close to having a good version. Marcia?
I also had a concern. I think it would be good to have council look at this, just because I know in statute, municipalities may levy an optional additional surcharge fee not to exceed $10 to enforce its animal and rabies control program. So I don't want to run afoul of things, the fines that are in there. And I also am concerned about 20 VSA 3581, which is persons who own dogs more than 6 months old shall annually honor before April 1 cause it to be registered. It's a little bit vague, and the proposal from Matt is a little bit stricter. It's got to be within 30 days. That may well be fine, but I think it would be good to have it looked at by council.
And also the town clerk, maybe?
Who?
Town clerk?
Yeah, but I
She's in
mean,
charge of.
yeah, but statute would overrule the town clerk.
That's true, but I mean, it's good to communicate though.
Right.
All right.
So Lily, our town clerk, has her hand up, so she might have some thoughts here.
Lily, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you. My understanding, Marcia, Mary, is in terms of the $10 surcharge, that was something that would be applied to dog licenses. And if you have a rabies control program, then we could increase our dog licensing fees from $11 to $21, but we don't. So I was just looking at the statutes today, but I don't have them in front of me. I know that the statutes say that with the authority of the legislative body, you can levy a fine for unlicensed dogs, which is separate from the licensing fees. So if you're not going to be passing this tonight, I would really like to just take a better look at the statutes and write you guys a memo or something tomorrow, if that's possible.
I'd still like it to be looked at by council, just to be sure.
Just to be sure. How do other people feel about review by council? Okay, how about you, Priscilla?
Yeah, I'm okay.
And Chemo?
Sure.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Oh, is that your, oh, okay. Sorry, Chemo, are you okay by having the,
Yeah,
especially the yeah, okay. All right, well, we could ask that this language be incorporated into, what would this be?
Number 7.
Six.
We're on to- number 7.
And that, okay, we wonder if we'd have to change the, newly required animals part or not. No, that
Well,
wouldn't change,
may-
right? Yes, Priscilla?
Could we say, okay, we could move these two things and add further that we will then send this version of the document to council
Okay,
as a third part of the motion?
okay, and these are really two motions, but,
Well, and
all right, well, maybe we should move these just to
Well,
move this.
I think
along. Go ahead.
I'd like to, this discussion has always been good with outside input.
Mhm.
So should we hear what everyone else has to say for a bit first?
Yes, but I don't want it to go on for an hour.
Okay.
Okay. Are the public comments? Yes, can you come on up, please?
No,
And my people at home can know who you are and what your comments are.
Kevin Brown, dog owner. I haven't been in Henley Meadow for a long time. However, I would like to endorse Alexa Manning's comments. I think the restricted area is not particularly great for dogs. At the point that people are worried about dogs, and therefore I argue I think what Alexa was arguing, which is the dog owners got to step the hell up and get serious about working on their dogs. And, you know, if they're jumping out of the car and stuff like that, they ought to be under control, and they ought to be able to anticipate these kinds of situations. And I know that doesn't happen easily, but I think it, to me, kind of an education program would work better. I just don't think fencing the dogs solves the problem and probably creates more. I mean, we went to that Hartford place. It was terrible. And we separated the goddamn dogs by size, which was really stupid. So I don't know. I mean, it could work, but it just seems at this moment a little unnecessary. However, I do take the point that dog bites are absolutely unacceptable, and that should just not happen. So it's incumbent on dog owners like myself to be really super vigilant about that. And friendly dogs scare people. And there are some tough dogs around in this town. So anyway, I just wanted to really endorse what Alexa Manning had said in her comments, which I don't need to repeat.
Thank you. Is there someone else? Would you like to come up?
Hi, Robert Cure, New Boston Road. I think section 13 should just be removed from the ordinance. First of all, it's too specific to one area when this is an ordinance that's townwide. And there's already provisions in the ordinance for unruly dogs. So we're just working in the weeds here. The provisions are there for unruly dogs, dogs not in control. So I think this should be removed. My experience with Huntley Meadow and the dogs, when I had a dog, took it down to the meetup. It's a fantastic time. The dogs run around, they socialize. It's very healthy for dogs to be able to socialize with other dogs and run around and get their energy out. And you can't do that on a leash. So I think that you should just remove section 13. You have an excellent ordinance otherwise. It's much improved from the previous ordinance. And I think that if you just stop at 12, you would be much better off. And then just get it done. The other thing I'd like to bring up is section 8A, the designated pound. I think that's ambiguous, that there's no provision about having the pound located in the town itself. The town manager could designate the vet or the pound that's in his town. I mean, he's not even here. Where is the town manager? Oh, hi. There you are. Where do you live?
I live in Rutland town.
Rutland. So, I mean, you could designate a vet in Rutland. And there's
Why
no,
would we do that?
I don't know, maybe you like the vet you go take your own dog to and wanna say, you know, he's a great guy and they're
Okay.
perfect.
Yep.
You know, so also in June of 2006, the article is from 6/28. There was a dog shot at the park in Hartford. There was a dog fight. Someone brought a pit bull. And there was one of the dog owners who happened to have been an officer shot the dog in the park. The fenced areas are supposed to add a lot of stress to dogs. So the idea of bringing the dogs together to be in a healthy environment by putting up fences is not achieving that purpose. So in the Watson Dog Park. I just, you know, think that, you know, you talk about this stuff in terms of and I see like pickleball versus tennis, you know, kind of thing where, yeah, there's a competing uses for the park itself. And, you know, we just have to work it out. And I don't think that putting it in an ordinance is the right place, because this is an ordinance about dog defining, you know, what's an unruly dog, or, you know, what's a farm dog, and the fee structure for the,
Well, it's about public safety, I believe.
and so, you know, I think section 13 should be removed entirely. It's not on the recommended Vermont dog
Model.
model. The rest of it is, and the rest of it's good. This last piece should just not be bothered with. I mean, you probably could have rules based upon the Huntley Meadow rather than any of that. Anyways.
All right, thank you. Anyone else like to come up? Come on up.
Am I in the right place?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so Karen Kahan, 1495 Boston Road, and I don't usually come to select board meetings, so this is really fun. First, I want to say, boy, are we really lucky to be here on such a beautiful evening in such a place of privilege and be able to debate something like how to handle our dogs instead of something much more dire. Let's put it in perspective. I want to say that in the 10 years that I've had my current wonderful golden retriever, Huntley Meadow has been a godsend. And it was one of those somebody told somebody told somebody. There's no ordinance that says Saturday and Sunday morning between 9 and 10, you're allowed to bring your dog off leash. But people found out, people did it. And it has been a wonderful thing to do for the people and the dogs. And I sincerely hope that we're not going to restrict the ability to have, whether it's designated off-leash times. I mean, I read Alexa's wonderful post this morning and just thought, this is so common sense. There's so many good suggestions here that don't involve fencing in. And I really opposed to the fencing because I agree with Alexa that it's likely to breed problems, which the freedom of the Huntley Meadow really hasn't, very few problems. And I get that you have all heard more comments from people who said, look, I didn't want to, rattle my neighbor's dog. I'm not going to do that. At the same time, I didn't think it was my place to call up the select board members and say, this is such a good thing. I don't want you to take it away. And there are all the good things that happened here. So I don't know if you're getting a lot of balanced feedback directly to you, because certainly there are a lot of people who have dogs in town who know that most of the dogs are well behaved. Most of the people are well behaved too. I just think that there's a way to handle this that acknowledges that doesn't take away that freedom and that wonderful camaraderie, both for the dogs and for the people. For me, it's been a great way to meet new people in town that I never would have met any other way. I don't have kids in school now, so, there's just no way for me to meet some of the new people who have dogs. And so that's been fun. And that's my 2 cents. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I just clarify one thing?
Yes.
So I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood that the modifications to section 13B would allow us to have, for instance, off leash time from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every day. And so would continue to make available sort of that dog meetup time, because we heard from a lot of people that that's very important. And I think that's one of the modifications. That's one of the sort of listening parts that I was talking about, because I do feel like there's a lot of people that have spoken to how important that is for dogs and for humans. And so the ordinance that we're talking about and how we modify it leaves us open to being able to do that. And I think it's some of our memos to the packet, people, I know I specified hours, but I think that those hours would be, in the end, it'd probably be a group decision on it. But I think 100% it is a great value to be able to bring your dogs down and socialize with other people and have dogs socialize with everyone. It's just that it can't be all the time, anytime. And so this ordinance that we're talking about is to get us to a point where we can put some guardrails on it. And so I wanted to make I support dog meetups, and Alexa's daughter spoke eloquently about the impact on her life with those dog meetups. And I feel like that was good to hear. And I'm glad that resource is available, and I would support continuing it like that.
Thank you, Matt. Do you want to come? Yes.
Betty Barba, Willie Hill Road. I am totally against a dog park or a fenced-in area. I think we're talking about balance. And when I go to Huntley Meadow with my dog, and it's not at the dog, Saturday and Sunday, I go off hours. I don't take my dog during a sporting event because I know that's unless he was on a leash. But even my dog on a leash would be like, oh, great, baseball, let's go. But, and by the way, I left my grandson's baseball game to be here with you. And all the dogs that were there when there was soccer going on and baseball were on a leash and well behaved. I know the value of walking your dog without a leash, being a good dog owner, having your mentally for so many people. My husband had cancer, and that was his time to go and be with nature and see his dog being free, running in the brook, throwing a tennis ball, retrieving it. No other people around. I met another person who was ill with his dogs walking around. So I meet a lot of wonderful people one-on-one with their dogs doing the perimeter of Huntley Meadow and respecting the hours that our children should be not have dogs running around. So yes, balance. life is a balance. And I think before we decide on a fenced-in area, there are seasons when nobody is using Huntley Meadow that we should be able to go. And for my, when there's not sporting things going on, I love going in the late afternoon to dusk. But I won't do that because that it's being used by children. But there are times of the year I could do that no one's there. It's really interesting because I don't go on Saturdays and Sundays anymore. I used to years and years ago, but I realized it was too much for my dog. And I don't do that anymore. But I just hope that we can do the dog ordinance. I back what Alexa has said and is passionate about. We've heard her daughter, which brought me to tears because I totally understand where she's coming from. She's a young adult, but there are other adults in this community that get great pleasure out of seeing their dogs and being free when they feel that they are not, for different reasons. So I hope you take this into consideration. I think it's a waste of money to put up fencing for dogs. I think we just have to ask our local vets, and they are against that. They see a problem with that. And balance, and knowing that there are a lot of people with different needs in Norwich. And I feel terrible for people that have been frightened or knocked over, or bitten. But it just seems like there's so many I've never been around. And it all of a sudden we have, all these people coming out. I don't know. So I hope we just don't pass just to pass. And I think you've all given time and research in this, and I hope you continue to do that. Yeah.
So, if I could just clarify, the language that's proposed here does not say that we will have, must have any kind of fence area. It just says it's an option. In other words, if we were to pass this, it would be something that could engage further discussion about how much we did or did not want such a thing. Nothing here is saying we're going to take away all your rights to have your dogs run loose in Huntley. I had hunting dogs. I love Huntley. Yeah, and there are dogs that need. No, excuse me. Let's one at a time, please. We're just proposing that there will be times when you can't have your dog off leash, because let's not forget, you responsible dog owners here, there are also people who have come here and told us, if I see someone with a loose dog in Huntley, I've had bad encounters with dogs, I'm not going to go walk there myself. We have to remember those people too.
But who's more important?
Excuse me? Okay, would you like to come up and speak? Okay, come on up, please, and say your name.
Stratton Shook, Church Street.
A seat.
Stratton Shook.
Okay.
I agree with you. People should not be afraid by dogs, but when you're saying that someone walks to Huntley and sees a dog and turns around, if you're in a big city and you saw a dog, you'd also turn around. So we live in a rural area. Huntley's been great, but why is someone without a dog all of a sudden more important than someone with a dog? And we're writing law here. This is law. Ordinance is law. Ordinance is not saying we will at some point go forward and might look at it. It needs to say we are going to look at it today, have a timeline. If you want to build a fence, build a fence. But I remember when they did the carbon, was it the carbon stuff or the carbon, the 10% reduction in carbon, like 5 or 6 years ago? It was right before we moved here. Town passed something saying they were going to reduce carbon emissions by 5.
6, yeah.
Yeah. We didn't put any money behind it. So what happened? Nothing happened, right? Because that costs money. So if you're going to put a fence up, that costs money. Unless you're going to allocate funds on this ordinance to put up a fence, it's never going to happen, right? So you need money for that. We've seen Alexa has done a great job sort of coordinating the efforts, trying to get these posted things. But again, if you write the ordinance and say, we will look at it at a future date, who's going to look at it at a future date? Because it's not, I mean, I don't think I have any power to look at it in a future date. Are you guys gonna decide tonight, these are the exact hours that we want people?
No, we're not, actually.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying, you're writing law. Law is finite, law has a purpose, law is not, wishy-washy. We are writing and saying, this is what we're doing, this is how it should work. That's the ordinances are written. If you read other ordinances in other towns, like Stowe has very specific areas that are on and off leash, right? Written in ordinance. There's no, we might look at something in the future because we feel like it. But that is what I'm saying. I feel passionate about this. I know Alexa does. I know most people here. Most people here have great dogs, right? If you're walking in the sidewalk and you see a dog and you're scared by a dog, what then? Do we just get rid of dogs in town completely?
They're leashed.
Okay, so the sidewalk's only 4 feet wide. Leashes are 6 feet. So what now? So do we make the sidewalks bigger? Do we shorten the leashes? I'm sorry. I'm just, anecdotal evidence.
You talk to her. She's.
I can look whoever I want this. I can talk to, I'm talking, so I'm just,
Okay.
anecdotal evidence is not evidence.
It's just a protocol of the meeting.
Okay.
I think we're getting an
Anecdotal
understanding of
evidence
what.
is not evidence. So it's saying, I think Bree might have somebody like that's not. We've seen the police reports 4 bites a year. Those are probably going to happen regardless of whether it's Huntley or not. I haven't seen anything that says exactly where those things happen. Do you guys know where those happen?
I don't think we're.
I can answer that because I
Would you
think
like
there
to?
might be
Okay, specific
misconception.
information.
That's townwide.
Yeah.
That's not just at Huntley. Those are 4 police reports, again, on an average. Some days, some years there were 5, 1 year there was 9, 1 year there was 3, but those are townwide police incidents that were reported and gained a report.
Okay.
To be clear for everybody, because I think the last meeting, it was unclear whether those were all at Huntley or what the specifics were.
So townwide for Huntley, we don't know. So again, we're now writing laws not based on any fact. And I love fact. Fact is law. So it's not feeling, it's law. And that is what.
Just to clarify, the last 2 police incident reports we had were both at Huntley, one in September, one about 3 weeks ago. So those are facts that those just happened recently.
Those could happen anywhere, right? So I'm just saying, two in a year at 3,000 in a small town, it's not a lot.
Well, let's say it was running a stop sign. It's the same thing.
Okay, so let's ban cars. Cars are banned now. So now what do you do?
Well,
If cars are dangerous and you're running a stop sign, let's ban cars.
okay, thank you for your, I'm gonna take a comment from the back.
Oh, I'm sorry, are you just,
Yes, I want to hear from other people. We understand your point of view and we want you to sit down back there.
please? For the toddlers and the grandmothers?
Please and thank you. Yes.
I have toddlers, I have grandmothers, they fall down too, not because of dogs.
You could leave the meeting if you're gonna be rude.
You're the one being rude.
Other people need to speak.
Excuse me,
We understand, I think we understand your point of view. I appreciate your point of view. Now it's time for someone else to speak.
There is no time limit in this. Do you have a time limit on how?
3 minutes.
We do have, it's in writing. We have a 3-minute limit. We also have many other items on our agenda.
I'm sorry, you're elected officials. I'm sorry.
We are elected officials. We have other agenda items tonight. We are happy to listen to the public.
As an elected official.
You do have to leave or sit down.
Honestly, I will leave.
Thank you.
Excuse me, leave or sit down.
You want me to sit down?
And so you could, yes, I would like you to sit down so I can hear from other people and we can get on with our meeting.
I'm gonna leave.
Thank you.
But honestly, you guys are wrong.
Okay, we might be wrong. I'll take your point, but goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Now, would someone else like to come up and speak?
Amy Simpson, back again, 48 Brigham Hill Road. First of all, I wanted to say thank you all for doing a really great job of processing this and thinking it through. And also I wanted to thank the audience because, you know, we're all coming out on our own free time and it's not convenient. And I think all everybody should get a pat on the back for being present and being here. So my esteemed neighbor, I can't remember your name, I would like 13 to go entirely, but I think we've kind of gone beyond that point. And so I would like to discuss, at least with the group, a little bit about what the next steps would be if we were, oh, wait, one thing about 13, I would like to get rid of the word enclosure, because I think enclosed area, I would say designated area is plenty. And then enclosure, I think is just a bad idea, period. So that's my opinion. But if we were to have off-leash hours, say like, you have adult swim and kids swim at a pool. You don't just have it one time, you got to get your adult swim in, otherwise it's kids only. And so I think we need a thoughtful way to create the hours if we were to have off-leash time. And I'm not confident that the way it's left right now, I'm not confident that people's thoughts would be heard. Okay, I'm worried that somebody's just going to make a unilateral decision, 6 to 9. Well, what about people who, need to walk their dogs after work? Or what about the person that's coming out of chemo and they don't feel well until noon, and that's the time that they can walk? Okay, we don't need to get into the details of it, but I'm not comfortable with what the next steps might be. So if you could maybe speak to that at the next meeting and give me some confidence that our voices would be heard, I would feel a lot better about that.
Okay, thank you. Was there someone else?
Lucinda Brown, Simpson Road. I agree, the idea of just getting rid of the 13 would be good. If you leave it in, the comma followed by the enclosed area, I would remove. When we first moved here, we came from DC, so we were looking for a dog park because that was our mentality. And we went to the Hartford Dog Park because that was the only dog park in the Upper Valley. I worry that if we had an enclosed area at Huntley Meadow, every single person with a dog that really can't let their dog be off leash would say, there's a dog park in Norwich. And so we would be attracting all sorts of dogs that weren't part of our community, and possibly the more difficult dogs would be the ones that would be coming. So I would encourage, for all the reasons that it's bad for the dog's health, it's all the reasons that people have spoken, but that aspect of importing problem dogs from the Upper Valley could wind up being a slippery slope we don't really want to get into.
Right, thank you. Would you like to come up? Yes. Come on up, sorry. Through the point, sorry.
I didn't feel like also has this.
Okay. Oh, and yeah, and there's Susan Barrett too. Go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
Patrick McCoy, 32 Sargent Street. I want to support the contributions of the two previous speakers. First, with a concern about how an established enclosed area, a dog park, might turn out to be an attraction for irresponsible dog owners. And you may recall from last session, my concern was, as an abutter to the property, that my concern is about quality of life, actually for the dogs as well as, especially for me, in terms of how such an attraction could affect our experience of our home. A part of my understanding of the ordinance as it's established is that it refers to the potential it seems to just imply the potential of an enclosed area without actually stipulating the establishment of one. And I do have some concern about if it's decided to establish the ordinance that way, what kind of process would be available for those of us that have those kind of concerns to participate in an influential kind of way to affect the specific design of whether there would in fact need to be an enclosure, or if there is an enclosure, you know, what its dimensions would be, how it would need to be constructed, what sort of supportive amenities and guidelines and rules would be necessary in order to make it most likely not to be a nuisance, and most likely not to be a bad experience for the dogs that use it. Thank you.
Thank you. So Chimo, do you have a comment?
I do. I hope maybe just another clarification. In the language that we are now considering, that unleashed dogs are prohibited from town-owned so and so, unless in a designated enclosed area or during posted hours, we're trying to give both options. We're trying to open Huntley Meadow to continued use, but we'd like to allow for designated hours for people who are either afraid or don't want to encounter dogs, and people who want to have dogs off leash. Still on Huntley Meadow, that's an option. But another option that we don't have today is a full-time enclosed area. We don't have that now. We're adding that to the equation. It's not one or the other. It's both. So if during the hours that children are playing baseball and so on, when you can't have dogs off leash, now there is a space, and if you want to, you could go there. I think that's correct. Just an additional option.
Okay, thank you. Also, can't quite see the name, is it Susan Barrett?
Susan Barrett, yeah.
Susan Barrett, would you like to speak?
Yes, hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for taking the time on this really important topic. Thank you for all of you serving the town. And I wanted to share my experience at Huntley with my dog, Bo. Bo went blind when he was 9 years old from a disease called SARS. It's a retinal disease. So it literally happened overnight. And we live on land where we could take Bo on walks if he could see. But when he went blind, he couldn't see. So it was so much easier to have an open space that he could walk on the grass and literally still chase after the ball, even though he couldn't see it. And on my voice command, he just followed me. And if I didn't have Huntley for him, it would have been a challenge. It really added a lot to the last 3 years of his life. Here's a picture of Bo. I thought you could see that. And I just want to agree with the previous commenters that finding a balance here is the important thing. We all use Huntley Meadow, whether you have kids playing in the soccer games or you have blind dogs walking in the fields. We need to find a way to find the balance. And I do also strongly disagree with putting up an enclosure. I don't think that's a solution at all. I spend a lot of time in Stowe, and their ordinance, I would recommend we take a look at. There's plenty of options for dog owners off leash as well as others without dogs. So thank you very much. I appreciate your listening to all of us tonight, and I will stay close to this conversation.
All right, thank you very much.
Hi, Alexa Manning. I just wanted to make a few comments related to things that had been said earlier in the statements by select board members and stuff like that, and look for a little clarification. As some people have mentioned earlier, you know, I have been very close to this issue. I've put up a lot of information, including some stuff that came on the listserv this morning, and I'm certainly not going to go over all of that. I assume most people here have more than likely read it, but it is really all about compromise and trying to find a sense of balance in our community. And that seems to be what a lot of people are looking for. The specific things I just wanted to mention. I want to, first of all, reiterate what several people have said this evening, that I strongly recommend that we pass the model ordinance and we remove section 13 for all of the reasons that have already been discussed this evening. The model ordinance is there. It makes sense. It's been adopted by many towns in Vermont. It's been vetted by statewide council. And it is an overall ordinance that I think is appropriate. And I feel that section 13, for any number of reasons, is completely inappropriate, does not belong in there. Not the least of which just because it isn't in the model ordinance. I want to address what some others have mentioned about using a lot of anecdotal evidence to make really dramatic and drastic changes to the lives of a large number of people and dogs in this community. We're not talking about data. We're not talking about numbers. We're not talking about a vote that happened in town. We're talking about a lot of anecdotal evidence. And, you know, just like if you go and look up a business on the Better Business Bureau site, you're not going to see all the people posting about what a lovely experience they happen to have had with the company. You're going to see the people who have had a bad experience, a negative experience, who want to speak their mind. And people should absolutely be able to speak their mind. And we absolutely should be respecting people who want to have time to be able to use a facility like Huntley without having to be concerned about sharing it with off-leash dogs. And I was very clear about that in the stuff I put together. I really think it's important to turn the table so that instead of saying, let's come up with some small limited number of hours that we can have off-leash dogs, I think it's very important to reframe the issue as, let's look at times we can set aside so that the people who would like to be able to have time at Huntley where they don't have to share the space with off-leash dogs can do that. From that is a community-oriented and an approach that looks at where we are now. Right now, we're saying we're over here, and let's go 180 degrees over here. Let's completely overturn it and make it completely the opposite of what it is now, based on anecdotes and conversations. However, we can do the other thing. We can say, let's section off a certain time of day. I had put in my thing recommending 3:30 to 6:30. I don't feel strongly about that. I looked at when is it used for sports. That encompasses all of that time. And it also gives 8 or 9 hours for people to not have sports and have it off. So I think that turning that table is really important.
Can you wrap up your remarks?
Yep, I will try to be brief. So I think that that when we're talking about respecting all constituents, we really need to do that, and turning it completely upside down based on anecdotal, I don't think is appropriate. I do want to say that the very restricted hours, as others have said, is very difficult for, you know, any number of people who might only be able to take their dogs in the evening, people who might only be able to take their dogs midday, 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. I'm a parent. I drive my daughter to school in Sharon every morning. It's literally impossible for me to ever come on a weekday to Huntley between 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. in the morning. I would never be able to go there. Mostly I just wanted to say, fundamentally, I believe that we should remove section 13 completely. And I think that it is appropriate to have time set aside for people to be able to experience Huntley without dogs off leash, but that we should reframe it. We should be coming up with hours that dogs cannot be on leash at Huntley, rather than a small section of hours when dogs could be off leash at Huntley.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add
Yes,
some
Matt.
things?
Should I say, was it a question?
No,
Okay.
I appreciate your postings. I wanted to let you know that.
Thank you.
I hope that no matter what we decide, like, at some point we'll get to something here. But regardless of what we get to, your suggestions that that somebody creates, like canine ambassador, resources to teach people expectations for how to like be good dog owners and use our trails so that everybody can feel comfortable using the trails. People with other dogs on leash, people that don't like dogs, that kind of stuff. Like so much of what you wrote is parallel to like what we're trying to decide here. And so, and not something that like we as a select board could take on, the canine ambassadorship and stuff like that. But I really hope that you or a lot of the people that are here, continue this passion and it would be awesome to have, some sort of trail dog certification, or at least like really good signage about what's expected on the trails, and what's not okay on the trails. Like I think a lot of the stuff that you wrote is wonderful and like should operate in parallel to what we're talking about. Thank you.
May I just reply for 30 seconds because he said
Sorry.
things to me?
Yeah.
I will be
Yes,
very
30
brief.
seconds.
Okay, I will be 30 seconds.
Watching the clock.
Thank you. And also, I do want to be clear that all of that stuff, which you said sounds so wonderful, that is all part of a program that would be starting fundamentally with allowing off-leash dogs in these spaces, because those are all community education programs for how can we make the off-leash experience better. So that's a part and parcel. We can agree that fundamentally dogs should be able to be off leash except at certain hours. And as part of that responsibility as dog owners, we need to take on responsibility for the education and maintenance of that. So to me, it's a part and parcel. Like, not going to do that if dogs can't be off leash and monthly. Then
Thank you. Thank you. Good. I don't think we have any of this conversation without having to deal with an ordinance. So the conversation itself is very good and very rich. Marcia?
Yeah, I just think that we have to remember that we can't legally sponsor anything like a monitor, a dog person. Right. Anything that we did like that would be too much control and would put us in a situation for liability. So I think we have to be very careful about how we talk about that. If individuals want to do something like that on their own initiative, it has absolutely nothing to do with the town.
I would like to kind of wrap up this conversation, but as all the members of the public that wanted to have a chance. Susan Barrett, you did speak once, I think. Did you have a follow-up, Susan?
No, I did not. I don't know if you can hear me. I do not. I'm all set.
Okay.
Your hand is
Yeah,
still
your
up.
hand is up.
Oh, okay. I'll let me try to fix that. I'm all set. That was legacy.
I'd like to take the conversation back to the select board and what we would like to do at this point. Marcia?
I'd like another read.
Another read, so table till next time.
Yeah, I mean, try putting in some of the stuff that we talked about tonight. I think that I don't like the suggestion about putting the onus on the town manager to come up with hours. I think that's
too much.
Well, I think that's a disaster waiting to happen. I think that we need to think about how we would do that.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, you're talking about incorporating the language of the motions that we considered tonight, but then really think about it and come back again.
And table this.
And table for tonight. Okay, so that sounds, Priscilla?
I don't know why, so that the minutes would have some clarity, we couldn't say, let's move these two things that are on the motion sheet, and that becomes the new version of the thing that we then send to council.
I think that would work. Let's do that.
I mean, that's what I'd like to do.
Is that what you had in mind too, Marcia?
We're not voting, so it wouldn't be voting on the ordinance as a whole. It'd be say, let's, step one, see about changing this and see what council thinks.
Change the language.
Yeah, as
not approve the final version.
Yes.
Well, this is just a draft anyway, so I don't know why we have to vote it.
Maybe we should just ask that it be included, because that's been happening all along. If the Romeo is willing to update yet another version.
We're just talking about drafts here, and I think if we vote this, then we've made
Okay.
a vote.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop with the public comments.
I think it's a clarity question, just
Okay,
not an opinion question.
I was just wondering, well, what is your opinion about Article 13? There's been so many people commenting on that. Can we, is that thinking to remove that?
I think we haven't, no one here has moved that. I know it's part of the thinking of many people who have written and who are here tonight. But we're also, I think, we're trying to balance out the needs of dog owners and the psychological benefit of being with dogs and the freedom to be with dogs in the space against people whose rights might be restricted by dogs that can't behave. So, a child that gets knocked over, a child that gets bitten, a person who won't.
Already in the ordinance, whether it's at.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna shut off public comment for now. Okay? We're not gonna pass the ordinance tonight, so don't worry. No, I'm sorry, I'm not recognizing you. I'm sorry, you're not recognized right now. So I think we talked about including this, the language that we spoke about tonight in another version. Does everyone agree with that on the select board?
Yes.
Yes. Where's chemo? Are you okay with that, chemo? So this is not passing it, but we're still considering this language. Okay. And then I think we should table this to the next meeting.
Having sent it to council.
And also to send to council.
Can I, as the town manager, get clarification on what specifically we're gonna ask council to review and provide an opinion on?
I know what I had concerns about. Do you want me to send them to you?
If those are the
Well,
consent of the board, yeah.
I think we better know what they are before we all agree.
As I said before, 20 VSA 3581, paragraph A, and 20 VSA 3581 C2.
Was that concerning the monitor or the fees?
It's concerning the 6 months, or the requirement that was being discussed about licensed within.
The newly acquired animals, and yes, and the town clerk was concerned about that as well.
Yeah, and also the surcharge fee.
The surcharge fee.
Right, and fees in general. I want him to look at the fees to make sure that he doesn't see that we're running afoul of statute.
Okay, are everyone else okay with council investigating the aspects? You okay with that, Priscilla?
What's the other one beside the fees? I'm confused now. I'm sorry.
The fees and then newly acquired animals in 6 months must be
Oh, okay.
licensed for 30 days. That
Okay.
was the second one. And so you're okay with it? Are you okay, Matt? Here's chemo. You okay with those queries, chemo?
I am.
Council?
They make sense.
All right.
Sorry, just so I'm clear, the first one was 20 VSA 35-81.
No, 20 VSA 3581,
Yeah,
and it's paragraphs A, paren A, and paren C2. So it's the same statute with 2 paragraphs.
paragraph A and C2.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, and then if we table this, should it be to the next meeting or the one after? Depending on response from council and so forth.
Next meeting, if we can.
The next meeting and try to resolve some of these issues. Okay.
Be July 10th. Right.
June, right?
Oh, I'm in the wrong month.
Yeah.
Sorry. Never mind.
Thank you for coming. We appreciate your comments and your input.
Is there a system, if we wanted to request the removal of section 13? Yeah.
Yes.
That would be great. That's all I'm asking. I want to understand how to request something. That'd be great.
I thought you did a really good job of monitoring.
Thank you all so much for your time.
Have to be.
It's fine. Okay. Okay, so next item would be the Moorland Bridge, I believe. That's a conversation. So, yeah.
Want me to ask him to?
Right. The shift gears. Are you okay? Oh, okay. All right, Moorland Bridge. Are we ready to discuss an option for what to do for addressing our issue with the Moorland Bridge?
4.2.
4.2
Hey,
4.2A.
Okay, so that would be active containment, maintenance, and membrane replacement with repaving for the full width of the bridge. It's 4.2A. Marcia? 4.3. 4.3 is superstructure replacement with precast concrete bridge deck. Okay, any other suggestions?
I'm sorry, so these are what your preferences are, or?
Yes, these are, they're on a document that the Stantec Corporation sort of showed us all the options. So they run from 4.1 to 4.5. 4.1 was active containment maintenance, which is what we're doing now. The membrane, which was discussed last time, would block water infiltration and also is relatively inexpensive. The 4.3 that Marcia just referenced would replace the superstructure of the bridge, which would definitely solve the problem, but has a large price tag of $745,000. So the Stantec logic was to, or recommendation was to try to reduce the water infiltration by adding the membrane, continue to monitor for contaminants, then get in the queue for a structures grant from the state so that eventually we could replace that deck. But that might be, several years down the line, 15 years or something like that before that would be possible.
Well, our structure is deemed good.
Yes.
Sound right now, so we wouldn't qualify at the moment. We have to wait.
We'd have to wait 15 or 20 years for it to
But they
deteriorate.
thought, well, they thought the design life of 4.2 would be between 15 and 30 years.
Right.
Which is pretty good.
So the other solutions mentioned are, there's a sort of a tweak of the membrane one, just repave, let's see, active containment, maintenance, and membrane replacement with repaving sidewalk only. Then there's just taking down the bridge.
Yeah.
And then there's replacing with a pedestrian bridge, and then there was a covered bridge. So we kind of reviewed those options last time. And so we're wondering if people have had a chance to zero in on a solution. I personally also like the 4.2A, which is the full membrane and maintenance, and to get in the queue for a eventual replacement of the deck. Marcia?
I know that, we've known that this was a problem. It's not going to go away. If you figure annualized costs of $22,000 a year for 15 years, there's $330,000 plus the $85,000 right now. And I mean, frankly, what we're seeing in this country is things getting shut down. So I don't see, I don't see a good path forward except continual maintenance of this bridge. And I'd like to get rid of the problem once and for all. And I see, just, we've got various accounts. We've got, excuse me, we've got various accounts, we've got a bridge fund with 749,000. We've got an emergency reserve of 810. The kids' bridge still has 6,700 in it. I know that, some of those things we may have some other ideas for or to use it for, but I just don't see this problem going away. And I think we're just going to continue to spend money and, fight this bridge. So I'd like to see it go away.
Okay. Matt, do you want to speak?
Yeah, sure. I would say that I think that 4.2A is probably the most, in my opinion, a good compromise. If this works, which they said, this is what they were recommending, it could block all the water from seeping through. And then without sort of the water seeping through, it's not going to leach out the contaminants that are in the beams. And so, it has the potential of having a lower annualized cost because the annual maintenance cost might actually be less because we might not have to change the absorbent booms, on an annual basis. It might be on us, every 2 years or whatever. So I see that, like, even if the annual costs are as predicted, they kind of match up with the alternate 4.3. But if it is really successful, the annualized costs are even less. And I do like the idea of waiting until we can really apply for grants. And so, because I think that right now, that's 4.3 is a very big price tag, and that concerns me.
Okay. Kimo, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I had a couple of thoughts. One is, I think alternative 4.2 is probably the way to go right now. With the increased storms and runoff and volumes of water, I would be concerned about putting in a new complete replacement, because I don't think we know that the conditions that it has to withstand are stable. And I think it's entirely possible in 5 or 10 years, if that stream ends up becoming, flooded every year, whatever we put in there will have to be rethought. So my thinking is that 4.2 will get us more years at a modest yearly cost. That's what I would do for now.
Okay. Any other thoughts? All right, could I have a motion?
I move to proceed with option 4.2A as outlined in the Moore Lane Bridge Mitigation Alternatives memo from Stantec, and engage Stantec to enact that option.
Could I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Before you vote, you do have a hand up.
Yes, okay. Peter Orner, would you like to speak? Are you there, Peter?
Hi, I would, thank you. And I apologize, I just signed on and I'm a bit of a shaky place. I'm on the street in Santiago, Chile. So I don't know if you're even hearing me. But I just want to say with
dedicated.
I've been waiting for this for a long time. So I appreciate you guys pausing the vote. With all respect to all of you, I think it's important to just point out that we have kicked this can down the road a number of times already. And while I think that you're making a reasonable motion, I would say that the bridge right now contains in the diaper that never quite worked, a lot of chemicals as it is. And those chemicals they're stored in there. And I think that, you know, I haven't had a chance to study the materials. I apologize. I've been quite busy, but I do think that it's worth noting that, you know, this stuff continues to get into the stream. And it has over a number of years, and lots of mistakes have been made. We don't need to relitigate the past, but when I first brought this up, I was, you know, utterly blown off by the town manager, by the DPW. It was creosote. It wasn't a problem. It turned out it's cancerous, causing materials that have been leaking into this water for a number of years now. So I just think it's important to say that. And we have a whole new crew, and I think a much more responsible crew, frankly, than we had in the past. And I trust you guys, but I would say, you know, strongly that I don't have enough confidence that Stantec has the has corners the market on knowledge here, because you're talking about a multinational company that doesn't actually, its expertise by its own admittance in previous meetings is not necessarily in this area. And I worry that we're taking for granted yet another temporary solution that may not, that may involve at some point, you know, unfortunately, I love this bridge. It's a cute, beautiful bridge, but it's full of toxic and, you know, cancer-causing chemicals that are in that bridge currently. And so you're going to have problems with storms, as Kimo just mentioned. Those problems are going to continue. And I think you might be inviting, maybe not this year or the next year, but fairly soon, you know, this coming to a point. And I worry that yet again, even though the price tag of alternatives is higher, that we might yet again be throwing good money after bad in yet another temporary solution. But I pause to say, I think it's not unreasonable.
I think we
and thank you.
understand. Can
Yeah.
you wrap up, Peter?
Sure. Yeah, that's all I
think we
have to say.
understand your points.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the time.
Yes. All right. Our most long distance call ever. It's amazing. Are there other
Thanks for the
comments,
time. I
Chris? Would you
appreciate
like to pick them up?
Yeah, hi, Robert Kewer, New Boston Road. I think you guys ought to just fix the problem in terms of getting rid of the hazardous waste there. And that should be your first option, not have, you know, put bags under the bridge or whatever, the containment issue, because like the other person was talking about with storms, what happens if the storm rips out everything under that bridge and takes out the bridge? You're going to have all that toxic mess going down the river, to the river. So really, I think you guys should fix the problem rather than another temporary solution. I agree with everybody who says that kicking the can down the road is a bad idea. I also think that hoping for some sort of grant from the state is futile at this point. And boy, that covered bridge looks sexy. I think you ought to just put a covered bridge in there. It would look nice. It would make us feel more Vermontish. And, you know, and the covered bridge would be wooden. And so there'd be no asphalt over the river. So if it got taken out, it's just wood. And you wouldn't be putting road salt on top of the bridge that they would plow into the stream when they go through. So I think the, you know, covered bridge solution is probably your best one, given that we, you know, live in Vermont and have covered bridges. And thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to clarify the covered bridge option?
Oh,
is that my understanding? No, I know what you're talking about, but my understanding of the covered bridge retrofit is literally it's a covered bridge over the existing.
Oh, you're not
now.
gonna just put in a wooden bridge?
Right,
No.
exactly. Yeah, so we'd be doing nothing to the
Wooden
current.
bridge with one lane in it would be probably good. It would slow everybody down,
That would be better.
you know?
Traffic calming too, right?
Right.
All right. Any other comments before we, Marcia?
Can I just get clarification from Brian about his feeling?
Yes.
So I think I am also agreeing with, I think the majority of the board that the 4.2A makes the most sense, has the most financial, I guess, capacity of the town right now. And again, for a structurally sound bridge accomplishes what we're trying to do, which is eliminate the emulsion that's coming out of the lower sections of the bridge. So I want us to be vigilant about annual maintenance. Like I think we all need to commit that if we're gonna do the membrane option, that we should be reaching out to contractors to come in at least once a year and inspect the undersides of those bridges. And if we have fabric, containment fabric that's become saturated, we need to remove that and replace it. And so that we're not running into an issue where we might be seeing new contaminants entering the stream. I think that's the critical piece here for the environment, and we should be cognizant of that, as well as the realistic costs that the town would bear. And I think at this point, again, we've heard there are structure grants for bridges. We will be eligible for those at some point in the future for this bridge. And in the meantime, this is an engineering solution that would eliminate or greatly reduce the amount of water flowing through that structure. So I think 4.2A would be my.
You support that? Okay, thank you. Peter Orner, your hand is still up. Did you have a brief different point from or additional point to what you'd said before? Or is your hand, or just was your hand up?
It's down now.
Oh, it's down now? Okay, we're probably all right then. Okay, are we ready to vote? I think we are. Priscilla, how do you vote? To support option 4.2A?
Yes.
Okay, Matt?
Yes.
Chemo?
I'm sorry, I was trying to speak, but I just couldn't figure out how.
Oh, hang on, Peter, we're in the middle of voting.
Oh, okay, you'd asked if I wanted to speak, and I just got the button wrong.
You got the wrong button.
We should keep voting.
I think we're gonna get through our voting, and then if
Okay,
there's
all
a
right.
brief comment after that.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Take it.
Thank you.
Chemo, how do you vote?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, and Marcia?
I'll vote reluctantly, very reluctantly, yes.
Reluctantly, yes. Okay.
Proviso that I'm gonna be expecting 15,000 in the budget for annual maintenance.
Okay, and I'm a yes. Okay, so Peter, do you have a brief additional comment?
I guess I would just support what Marcia just said. I think it was Marcia. I do think that if you add up the costs for this up to this point and add the continuing maintenance, I'm afraid, I hate to say it, but I think I might be coming back to you in a year or two to say that, the argument that a structurally sound bridge that is also contaminating the brook continually with cancer-causing carcinogenic materials that the town knows because it tested for, to call that a structurally sound bridge and leave it at that, and let's just do this again, it does seem like a mistake, again, with all respect to my friends and people I very much respect, but I respectfully dissent. Thank you. Thanks for the time.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on.
So just to clarify next steps. So
Okay.
as we heard from Stantec at the last meeting, they believe they have additional funding in the budget for this last iteration of the review that they would use to do a full design, get this ready for bid, and at some point here in the near future, we would then be issuing a request for proposals for the work.
Okay, an RFP.
I think that's implied, but I just want to make
Yes.
sure everybody's on the same page. So those would be where I will take it from here as of this
Right,
vote.
so it will come back to us with a funding request,
It would come back with an RFP,
like a design.
yes.
Yeah.
But, well, hopefully as soon as we can. I don't know what that time is gonna look like.
We'll see.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we're on to the select board handbook. And I think Marcia, you want to introduce this or? Okay.
I'm gonna stick to the time limit. I wrote a memo that basically for the new folks and even for the people who are here to sort of review where we've been and how we got to where we are. The next steps, what I have done is just basically given you the first 6 pages. And if it's all right, I'll just go through. I posed questions and made comments about the various pages. So if I can just go through and ask the questions, I can take the comments and incorporate them or whatever, or we can make. One of the things that I have proposed is that we may need to be calendaring some things for future agenda items, depending upon what people want to do. So I'm going to just scoot through this if you don't mind.
Okay.
So first of all, on the table of comments, the contents, did anyone see anything missing or confusing that you want to discuss? That would be pages 2 and 3.
Yeah. Marcia, may
Yeah, go ahead, Priscilla.
First, I want to say what an incredible amount of dedicated work you put into this. Thank you. The one thing I noticed was, oh, we have a town health officer now, as well as a town service officer. So maybe
Is it missing? Is it missing?
yeah. Yeah. That's on page 2. I mean, I didn't find a town health officer.
3, isn't it?
What page is it? It's the second page of the table of contents.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
They want me in the body of the work, because when I add something, I go back and
Okay.
and try and update this, but I'll double check.
So health officer is there and the other one is the,
Yeah.
No, the town service officer is in the table of contents. The town health officer is not.
it is on my version.
What version am I looking at?
Health officer is on page 57, service officer on page 52.
Wait a minute.
Oh, yes, they're both are there in slightly different spots.
And that's because of the way that they get appointed or
Why do I have something so
No,
different?
you gotta keep flipping.
What am I missing?
are we okay with that?
Do you have that page?
You're missing a page.
What are you missing?
You want to see it here?
Well, I mean, I don't know what didn't come out right, although I have the whole thing here unless I've mixed up my version. Don't think I have that.
Okay.
I still can't find it. I don't know why.
I might see that you're just missing a double-sided sheet.
So the reasoning behind where they appear, you'll see appointed standing committees, boards, commissions, positions, et cetera, starts on page 24, and that would include the town service officer. The health officer, on the other hand, is a different.
Okay, sorry. This is why I can't do this kind of work. I appreciate you doing it, Marcia. Thank you.
The health officer comes from a different genesis. It's an appointed representative to non-Norwich committees or commissions. That's why it's in a different place.
We're wasting time.
Anybody else see anything missing?
Go ahead, Priscilla.
This is not covered exactly in the table of contents, but when we get into it, I think we want to be very clear about which boards, committees, subcommittees should have to have the hybrid or don't have to have the hybrid meeting.
Advisory and non-advisory.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean, one suggestion was that we just include that under every single one of the boards. So if I want to look up, say, the finance committee, I could see whether they're required to
be
do
one
that
or
or
the
not.
other.
Well, not just say advisory and non-advisory, because they don't, but that's such confusing terminology, but to say you have to do hybrid or you don't.
If you actually read the statutes and the commentaries, it's not always that clear.
Oh.
And so, what I will do rather than interpreting is put in the language itself. But I've also started a FAQ on where is it, Appendix G. And I'm trying to play with sort of maybe a grade or something, but I think the one thing you want to do is mostly cite to the actual document rather than try and interpret it. Anything else, or can we go on to the introduction?
I do have a question under your appointed standing committees. It's a subcommittee new to be submitted.
Oh, right. Conservation Commission told me a while ago that they have a new one, so I put in a placeholder. But I haven't heard from them. So
Okay.
I'll double check with Craig Lane. Okay.
Oh, I have one more thing. I'm wondering if the format of this could be more in an outline so that when we had to go to a specific section, you know, you'd have the broad category, but you could also go right to the minutia, and it could be something that could be edited.
An outline.
Well, I mean, just that, so that it could be in sections. It's just a different format, similar perhaps to the ordinance we just looked at.
Yeah.
Where it's just in outline form. I don't know.
So I've got in the body, everybody's under these statutory authority, elected officials, appointed standing committees. Maybe it would help if there was a hyperlink. Or maybe we can talk offline and sort of.
Yeah, we'll talk offline.
I'm keenly aware of the timing here. All right, so for the introduction, the purpose of the work, does that capture the intent that everybody had? Basically, that we're trying to give everybody in town, both the people who are appointed and elected, as well as Norwich residents, a way to figure out how things work, you know, and a place to look things up. Okay, accessibility. What I'm hoping here is that this is going to be, you know, an ongoing organic reference source that it'll be published on the town website. So I guess that's the question, is that possible to do it? And then, you know, we're going to have to decide who's going to monitor that.
Is it a Brennan question about the website?
Well, it's his website.
Well, it's a town's website, to be fair. I guess, I'm sorry, I went to the restroom quickly. Maybe I missed what.
Oh, basically, it's about accessibility. Like when we have this document, would we put it on the website, and how would we maintain it and update it? Could it be put on the website, or is it too?
Yeah. No. It could be its own, we have a Selectboard tab. It could fall under that, and then we would post the document with a date, and then if we made subsequent edits or revisions, we would edit that, and we could put a new date of revised on, and it could kind of in that way be a living document.
Okay, perfect. The section on individuals' terms and budgets, that simply makes clear that the official source of some of the information is in the town manager's office and in the finance office, rather than trying to put it in the handbook, because it really is a secondary source in that regard. So, right.
Would that be, for instance, a budget for the Conservation Commission, like the individual budget?
Right. Okay. So what I've done for each entry, like Conservation Commission, is just say, is there a budget? Yes or no.
Okay.
But if you want to know what the budget is, the finance office has the information.
Would the town report also have it?
It does, I guess, yeah.
I mean, just as an additional.
Yeah,
source.
looking backwards.
It does. Yeah, in a budget sort of way. Okay, on page 5, that's the statutory authority town policy just goes over Dylan's rule, open meeting law information, which is purely statutory, with information from the Secretary of State's office. The conflict of interest policy, we should probably at some point review that in light of the new state code of ethics. So I think maybe that's something to put down for a future agenda item, just to make sure it's okay.
Wait,
Mhm.
sorry, if we were to hop back up to the open meeting law stuff. If we were to hop back up to the open meeting law section, like some of these are referencing them like dates that have passed will take effect on 1/1/25.
Yeah.
I can update that.
Was that the section where it said so-called
Yeah, exactly.
open meeting law? Which should just be open meeting law, I would think.
Yeah.
I can change that. I mean, these sort of, I know that they sometimes have that sort of nomenclature, but I always prefer the titles and the chapters, but that's why I've made it so-called, but I can change it. And because those things were signed on those dates and went into effect, I thought that was important because it highlights to people that things have changed and that's when they changed. The incompatible offices chart is statutory and just included in an appendix on page 6. The grants and contracts, donations and solicitations. The purpose of this is to underscore that in a town manager form of government, all the things are monitored or shepherded by the town manager, and elected or appointed officials don't have the authority to act independently. And we're going to get to the gifts policy, which is, underscoring that as well. Then budgets and reimbursement, again, this explains the town manager or department heads. They're the folks that have the budgets, and so appropriations or requests for things should go to them. It also reminds people that the procedures for those requests are developed by the finance office and the town manager. Because what we've seen are some confusion in the past where people didn't know how to get a reimbursement for things. And I think even though I'm putting this in those places, that kind of information I think needs to be gleaned and put in the FAQs, because I think there needs to be a simple place for people to go.
For frequent questions, that's exactly why you have that.
Yeah. So that'll go in there. And then the housekeeping guardrails. This is reminding people that, certain programs may need insurance. Like we ran into a situation where something was being offered and I found out about it. And I said, wait a minute, I think we need to talk to the town manager and town council because this may in fact not be covered by our policy. And it did need some extra work. Questions I have about websites. This identifies them as a problem. We know that. So to the extent that individual committees or commissions may have their own websites and the town website is insufficient for everybody's needs. The question I have for us is, how do we solve that problem? Is this a separate agenda item? To what extent is it a budget item? I think this has been a long-standing problem. And so that may go in some regard to what work you're doing, Matt. But I think also, the town manager has to help us figure out how much can or should go on the town website. Do we want, is it time to get a new website, right? That can accommodate all of this, or I just think we need to have that as an agenda item.
Put that as an agenda item. So I put down the conflict of interest on the website, policy and issues. Okay.
And then similar kind of question about Zoom accounts. This is now, given the open meeting law rules, do we need to budget for more Zoom accounts? I don't know. Maybe that's something that.
I think we have an adequate amount.
It's all set. Okay. Right. And what about Zoom protocols so that committees understand who's to record and stuff? And I don't know if that needs to be developed.
I think most of the committee chairs are given guidance as to what hybrid meetings requires versus the open meeting law. So yeah, specific to Zoom as a one platform of a hybrid meeting, I think it's fairly straightforward. I don't know. We have our own protocols about requiring a full name to alleviate possibilities of Zoom bombing. I don't know if all other committees follow that as well. You know, I guess there's some discretion of whoever's running the meeting to use common sense.
So I can draft that into some FAQs as well. And we'll all be looking at those FAQs. And the final thing is management of group information in the town manager's office. So a while ago, I went into the office and was working with, I'm really tired. I can't remember.
Britta?
No, before
Amanda?
Britta, okay. Before
Heidi?
Britta.
Heidi? Debbie?
Heidi.
A litany of names here.
Apologies to Heidi. She was really whipping through a great spreadsheet that keeps track of all of the appointees and the elected officials and their terms and their names and all of that. And what we had talked about was an extract of that information that could be put on the website so that people could know who is in, you know, who's on a particular committee and when their terms end and all of that stuff. Because again, that's one of the things that I didn't want to put in this handbook because we're not the keepers of that information. So I was just wondering if we could revisit.
We have maybe our most adequate and up-to-date list of committee members and terms that expire than I think we may have had in a long time. So we've made great progress, and it is a work in progress of continually making sure that new people get added. But yeah, I mean, if that's just how do we make that more public facing so that people can see it, I think the website would have, you know, the best.
And would it have a link, like it would link to current information sort of thing?
Well, I mean, that's
How it works.
to be determined. I think we could certainly kind of like we had with this handbook, we could have certainly a tab that says, if you're interested in who's in every committee, here's a master list of every committee,
right,
with every name, with every term. And then as people came off committees or were appointed, we would just have to kind of be vigilant to update them, you know, regularly.
And I'd like in each chapter or each section of the handbook, be able to cite to that link so that when people look up the Conservation Commission, they can click on the link and see who's on it.
Well, now you're getting more technical than I can help you with, but I'm sure there are
Sounds like a great thing.
possible ways of linking information across different pages. I'm sure that's possible.
Okay, perfect. So that's all I have for the moment. And if you'll allow me to keep doing this with each meeting, I think we'll get through it.
That's super. Thank you, Marcia. Any additional questions for Marcia before we go on?
Just
So,
comment. It came late, but there was a memorandum from Chris Katuki making some suggestions, and I don't know if you.
I haven't had a chance to look at it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's. Okay.
Mostly about the
Open meeting law.
Yeah,
Just a lot of it.
Yeah, but he made a good, in it, he made a good point about the townwide email list as well.
What townwide email list? Is there such a thing?
Yeah.
There is?
So
Who's on it?
I felt like his memo,
Did we sign up?
was good. It just wasn't in the packet, so it seems appropriate to address it next
Yes.
time.
Yeah.
Yes, and hopefully it'll be in the next packet and we can talk about it.
Yes.
I haven't seen this. Was it sent just?
It was late. It was, yeah, late.
When did it come out?
Miranda, I think.
That's
Send
okay.
it to Britt.
As long as it was sent to the select board and not the individual members.
I think it was individuals.
So that
I don't know.
wouldn't make it to the packet for our protocols. So,
I can send it to you.
well, I think the requester would want to be the person to send it to the board via the select board so that it would then appear.
I don't know.
For the next meeting as a public document.
Would you like to tell him that?
Sure.
Unless it already was, which again, I never saw it, so I couldn't say specifically who it was.
So to be sent to Selectboard at norwich.us, right? Yeah.
There you go. It was sent to Miranda, but it was not sent to Select Board. So,
Oh, interesting.
and it was addressed, it was, the dialogue was asked to Miranda.
That's right, to send it to chemo.
Attached is my memorandum to the select board regarding suggested changes to Select Board Handbook. So like, it wasn't quite the official way to get it.
So as part of our Select Board Handbook protocol, like this is a problem, right? So now we have a member of the public who has sent something to maybe some, but not all Select Board members, maybe believing that everyone will see this, but not ensuring that by sending it to the Select Board which then triggers everybody
I
sees.
could have a little conversation with Chris.
It's going in the handbook.
Okay, I just, again, we just want to be very
Right.
consistent and transparent about how correspondence.
How we
is
communicate, yes,
put out
good point.
and received.
All right. Shall we move on? Our next item is Finance Committee charge. We have a very patient. Finance Committee. Would you like to come up? You're part of this conversation here? That'd be great. Okay.
I don't know if you guys had time to read the letter from, or the email from Stephen Hepburn.
It was in the packet.
Yeah,
It's in the packet.
I don't know, there was so much that you guys had to go through. We all read, so very impressive. So we met, our first meeting was on May 19th, and we left with several items that we need to have your clarification on and what the Finance Committee's responsibilities are to be. And I know you two were there at the meeting. So I don't know how you would like me to go through this because it's pretty extensive. Do you want to go by each item and discuss them? Or do you already know what your comments are?
Well, my idea would be to kind of try to answer the questions in the letter and then see what evolves from there. But how do the rest of you feel about talking about this item? Marcia, did you?
Well, I think the charge that we put together is pretty clear. And it basically means you don't have any statutory authority. And we can't give you, because statutes and Dylan's rule doesn't allow us to offload our responsibility. So what we've done is basically say, you don't have a statutory role, but if we need help with something, then we will give you an assignment. And, I would think if you wanted to do something, and in the meantime, the best thing to do might be to just look at the last budget to see how things were drafted. And, I think what I'm concerned about also is that you can't work directly with departments or the finance office. When we had a situation where the town manager left and I was suddenly the chair, it was not a good situation because people wanted direction and I wanted to talk to people, but town council told me absolutely not until the town manager talks to departments. And so we can't authorize any appointed committee to go and interview people or talk to them because statutorily it's not okay. And I also worry about what that would do in terms of harming staff morale and stuff. I mean, even if it were allowed, I don't think it would be healthy. So I think at this point, the best thing you can do is just wait until we get ourselves closer to the time and then see what we need help with. But the biggest part of the taxes, obviously, is something that we can't do anything about, which is the school. And as far as I know, we don't have any existing MOU with the Dresden or anybody else. And I don't even know what they're doing, if anything. So that's kind of my read on it.
Okay, would anyone else like to express their point of view? I have a couple of ideas, maybe just to get this going in a different direction. I agree with Marcia that, I mean, to have a parallel entity that would be trying to develop the budget just isn't going to work.
No, I don't think it was, that's what our thinking is.
Right, but that's.
But it was just more as an advisory capacity and to be able to review the budget and give a summary of what we feel about the budget, or what the committee, not feel, let me take that back. What the committee feels about the budget that's presented at that time.
I think
it part of that process, just as an advisory capacity. That's it.
Right. I think that there could be a role for the finance committee with our process. For instance, when we start out on thinking about the budget, one of the typical questions is what % increase would you be comfortable with as select board members? And to me, that could be a more rational process. I mean, sometimes you think, well, no one's going to like a double-digit increase, no matter what rationality is behind it. And that was proved with all the school.
Of course.
It went down, right? But also it's like, well, why isn't there just sort of a standard, at least a place to begin? You know, the cost of living, inflation, the healthcare steps. Yeah, and also what drives the increases. And I would expect that health insurance is a huge part of that. What percentage is the cost of materials, you know, coming up. And the other aspect is just these weather events. Just having been on the board, I think weather event 2017, that one I think was thunderstorm, 24 hours, $3.1 million worth of damage. So suddenly we did apply to FEMA and had very good support, but you have to pay for the the repairs, and then you get reimbursed. So that's almost our whole budget right there. So we did kind of get a line of credit from Mascoma Bank. I think that was 1.1 million, but the rest was sort of not even borrowing against designated funds, but actually lowering them. And that created this bubble. It created this deficit in our planning for our equipment replacement that went forward and then became controversial when we had a surplus and we wanted to build that back up. So there's sort of big events that kind of percolate through, almost like when a python eats a goat or something like that. It's like this thing that goes through and it affects, it's not just thrifty, getting the best deal on salt or something. There's some big events that I think are impacting our budgeting.
It's like any budget, for sure.
Well, yeah, and budgets, they tell a story and they're affected by events, but I think that also for consumer voter confidence to have the finance committee also have a look. We've got a lot of experience there. So I think there's value in it, but it was important to us, I think, to have a conversation. And it was a very abrupt stop like that. I think the charge is good, but as you noticed, nobody knows how long their terms are going to be. And the nuts and bolts part of it was not built into that document. So,
yeah.
And I think that you're kind of crafting that and you'll sort of, bring it for us to look at.
We started with this.
Yeah, exactly.
Just to get the conversation going and,
Yeah.
and figure out where we're going to go with what our charge actually is going to be.
Yes.
Because I do know when we did say here that we may be invited to advise.
Yes.
Right? But give us a reason when we may not be invited to advise was one of the things that we came up
And
with.
I think we've just heard that Marcia was, just stating the statutory reasons why, you can't sort of have two entities developing a budget, but you could have some very good advice.
I don't think that's what he meant.
On the process or
Exactly.
how do other towns do it? There could be a lot of valuable advice, I think, and also that some of that might be done now so that when we're actually in budget season, we could, just have some different ways of thinking about it.
Exactly.
Right.
Right. And that's what thought our charge is.
Right.
Okay. Just wanted to get some clarity on that.
That's mine. Okay.
No,
You guys, if you disagree, speak up.
That sounds fine.
Sounds good.
I would say that if we were to go through this on your bullet, on your, A, B, C.
Right.
And you had asked a question about the audit committee. Or there's an audit, let's see.
It was for,
that was kind of hanging out on the website.
just hanging out there. Yeah.
And it seems like if, I don't know the details of the history of the finance committee through the course of time in Norwich, but I do know enough to know that there's been some established and then gone away. And it's been kind of a fitful committee. And so I would think.
We're going to try to change that.
Exactly. And so
Yeah,
I think
past is the past.
baby steps forward is really good. And the audit part of it, I think that we should kill it,
Kill that.
Yeah.
It was really for, the audit that you have every year.
Right.
The town has.
And so.
And that kind of sees that process through or advises on that process, not.
Right. So my opinion would be, I don't really want to touch that right now. Maybe it has value in the future, but I think that for this to work long-term, we need to take small steps forward. And that, to me, the audit committee is a big step forward.
Right. And that in itself.
I don't think it ever came to fruition.
Yeah.
I don't think it ever
It
did.
would have worked in any manner. It's asking for.
There was a reason why one was created.
Yeah, the history of it,
I
but
think I remember.
Marcia?
I think we had a period of time just about when I was coming on, when there was difficulty because the auditor that had been hired wasn't competent. So.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's what happened. But I think we also have to look back, the master financial policy, which also needs to be rewritten. And was voted October 9th, 2019, has a auditing and accounting and financial reporting policy. And that says that we annually, the select board will cause the town's financial statements to be audited by a qualified, properly licensed independent auditing firm. So I think the idea of an audit committee is dead. There's also.
Should we inactivate it or not?
What?
Well, we haven't. We formally inactivate it sometime.
I think that'd be good.
Too, or should that be an agenda item too?
Probably.
Okay, I'll just stick it on there.
And then we also have a balanced budget policy from the same vintage, and it says that the town manager each year will develop a draft expenditure budget that balances proposed expenses for review by the select board. So we have existing policies that kind of cover what we've been doing. And that's why I think, if you look at the budget and then as we start to work, and if we see things that we think you could help with. But I also think we need to remember, even though we've been doing this business of what do you feel is comfortable for an
It's always an increase, unfortunately.
Always an increase. The VLCT says don't do it that way. So it might be interesting for you to read that information that they've got. And if you can't get it, I don't think maybe you can't. Mary could send it to you, or I could send it to you.
Okay, maybe you should.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is
my email address or. So do you want to send it to Stephen or to myself? I'm the vice chair and Stephen's the chair.
I'll send it to whoever.
Send it to the chair so we keep it the chair.
So item B, you said you reviewed the new charge and noticed some adjustments for specificity that the select board may want to consider. So changing Marion Cross Elementary to Norwich School District.
Right.
Like, reading that seems to make sense.
That was a recommendation by Cheryl.
Is that's just for?
That's just housekeeping. Exactly.
But I don't see any reason to.
I looked up the website to see what they're called, and it is called the Norwich School District.
Great.
Should we move to replace this language, or just because we're here and we can do it, or?
It's replacing 3 words. Marion Cross Elementary becomes Norwich School District.
In the Hanover part?
I don't know.
Maybe leave that part.
I think I'd rather leave that because that's not us.
Oh, that's true. That's another question for the finance committee, because I think originally it had a huge scope. That was the school budget and the Dresden Finance Committee. I don't know if that's possible and workable.
It is our understanding that we are to work with the Finance Committee of Hanover.
Mhm.
And so that's our understanding to do that. And I believe it even on their statement, it says works collaboratively, not word for word, with the Norwich Finance Committee. So that's what we want to reinstate, that relationship if we can.
Anybody have objections to that? I think if you could manage it, it'd be fine, personally.
I'm looking forward to what you find out about how this works with the Dresden.
Me too.
Yeah, I mean,
See how this works
like, if we're talking about, us giving you a charge or
tasks,
I think that
Be one of them.
would be a great one. How does this all work?
Right.
With the Dresden Finance Committee and your participation in it?
And I believe Steven's already reached out to him and has attended or met with someone over there.
I was just going to say, were you going to change the language of the charge?
Well, that's what's proposed.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that was, everybody agreed, or do you want to make a motion to amend the language of the charge to the Norwich School District? It'd probably be cleaner to do it in a motion so we can update the website.
Do it then, yeah.
Charge.
You want to move that, Marcia?
Yeah, I make a motion to amend to amend the charge for the Finance Committee to remove the name Marion Cross Elementary and replace it with Norwich School District.
Second.
Okay. Let's see, let's vote. Priscilla?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Kimo?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And Marcia?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, so that was Marcia and Priscilla, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What was Marcia and Priscilla? Oh, Matt, I'm sorry. Marcia and Matt, sorry.
Skipping ahead.
Sorry. Okay. So there's that one, and we wanted to, what do we want to do about the Hanover part?
I'd like to
This-
leave it alone.
Just leave it? Okay, I mean, it doesn't prevent interaction, it's just different language. So that's probably okay, that's probably workable. Okay, let's go down the list, let's see. We did the may not thing, I think we've emphasized that. Finance Committee's expectation, what could be a regular annual expectation? Reviewing and understanding town budgets. Yes?
Yep.
Okay. Providing expertise, insight, and opinions on the budgets and budget process and controls.
That would be helpful.
All right. Explaining and clarifying the budgets. To
I don't understand that. To whom?
Do you have an answer for that?
No, I don't. Maybe asking for explanation and clarification of budget items if we, as a finance committee, needed to know more about it.
So seeking clarification.
Yes, seeking.
Okay.
And who would we go to for that? It would be the town manager, correct? Or the select board, because we report to the select board.
How do you see it, Marcia? Or actually, we'll come back to Brennan too, but
Well, I would think that Brennan presents things to the board and you should be here to hear those. Correct. And ask questions in that venue.
Okay.
so during the process.
Yeah, I was at the
Build on
meeting
that?
too, there last
That's right.
week online, and so I was listening to that and kind of keeping quiet, but thinking about how that would work. So I mean, I guess in my mind, the key here is to try to have a collaborative, helpful process and not turn this into any sort of a combative, So,
No,
so the budget is.
That's not the way we're looking at it. And I know it feels like that from all the other.
Well, we've had bad experiences, right? I think
I
we
know.
can look back at history and
Well, if
say,
you look at it, you haven't met since, there hasn't been a committee since what, 21?
yeah. Yeah, I was curious. I actually, in between working this meeting, I printed out the last minutes of the finance committee.
Yeah.
And it ended in a disaster, really, like.
Dismantled it.
And then there was a memo sent. I printed them. I don't know if people have seen those or not, but if you'd like.
We did in our, well, you were there.
I was asking the board, does anybody want to see that or?
I
people
would.
already-
Yeah, that'd be great.
Sure.
Like I said, I was kind of sitting there with a couple minutes and so we want to avoid that at all costs, right? We want people that are volunteering their time to feel like they're valued and that they're doing helpful work for the town. And I guess that's why, like, the guardrails of what the finance committee is doing in collaboration with the rest of the town is important, and not saying, we want to do this or know that, and then have the town manager say, well, no, because our process is evolving differently. So I guess I don't want to spend a huge amount of time on this, but just my take on this, having been through 3 of these, really two that I was managing, was the finance director is really running most of this show with, daily interaction with the town manager on questions or comments. The department heads are the subject matter experts on leading their departments and what they feel like the appropriate operating budgets are, what the proper capital budgets are. And those are fairly fixed in a way, in that we know every year we're going to have a certain amount of cost of employment, right? So wages are going to go up, health insurance is going to go up, whatever other benefits. And that's a big bulk of those increases. So last year, early in the process, we had at least 2 meetings where we were trying to decide, okay, is there an appropriate amount of an increase that we're trying to work within? And as Marcia pointed out, the VLCT doesn't necessarily agree that that's the best way to formulate a budget, but it's helpful certainly to the people managing it. And I think, we ended up at like 6.5%. But we had some people that said it should be 0, it should be flat, which would basically mean you would have to cut things out of last year's budget to keep up with the inflation and costs of everything else. And some people thought, I was like, well, I think if we had 7 or 8, we could certainly work within that. And we landed on 6.5, and I think we ended up a little bit higher than that. And then we have a capital budget, and then there's a plan there, which was revised about 2 years ago. And we basically, with our interim finance director, looked at this and said, geez, something fell apart here about 3 years ago, where these capital budgets that keep, the fire department, the DPW, the police in equipment that's operational was cut down significantly. And now we're in this big hole. So we tried to work our way out of that hole over the last 2 years, I think successfully, but obviously you can't recoup kind of your losses and still cut the budget at the same time. So that's where we are. And the process takes the better part of 6 months from start to finish.
When does it start?
So we usually, well, I can tell you this, our finance director is talking with department heads now about how they're going to end this budget. like today and tomorrow. So it kind of just started at least to kind of wrap up fiscal year 25. But in earnest, we start to look at this probably in the middle of September internally. We try to meet with department heads and get through the department head process of what do you see
Is
as.
there a written document, or guideline or
No,
timeline or anything?
there's not like a formal policy in place. That's again, through multiple iterations of new finance directors and new town managers.
So you have to have it ready or a draft ready by January? Is that usually?
Well, we've had it done in the middle of December. And
Okay.
This year we had it done, I think, in the middle of January. So, and with enough time that it gets posted properly so that the voters are informed and they can vote it at March.
Well, we did know that this year, the budget passed by a smaller margin, much smaller, more, I think in the history, in a long time. I can't say how long, but in a long time.
Yeah, and we talked about, as part of the communications part of my charge, communications on the budget process is specifically. I talked with Brennan about how can we, when should we meet to talk about the process? What's the timeline look like? What would be the best way to format all the information that we're looking for? Like, what does the spreadsheet look like that is delivered from the finance department to the select board and through the packet, to the whole town, so we can look at sort of what the budget looks like and then have our, discussions. And so, but we decided that we would talk about that. I don't know, maybe early September. The select board could talk about, then discuss what are our expectations, and then work with finance department to provide us with all the numbers to fill in all.
I was going through this conversation when I just started about bringing confidence back to the town, that the finance committee could maybe add to that confidence. I as an advisory and saying, here's a separate party that looked at this and we gave this blessing or whatever.
In the best case scenario, yes, that would be.
That would be the best. That would.
Worst case scenario, it would be, we just spent 6 months, the town manager and department heads created this.
Oh, I don't see it in that.
Well, we've had elected officials over the last 2 years, writing listserv posts, trying to get the town to vote down the budget. So I'm not as completely optimistic as to how that could end.
Right.
But that said, I think, again, the worst scenario could be, well, at the end of this group of people that have come together and are called the finance committee are making a negative recommendation that the voters should approve a budget that, was just put forth over 5 or 6 months worth of time. So
well, hopefully we have that discussion before something like that's done.
That is, again,
that's
this is like another layer of kind of oversight, I guess, is how I would view it. And that could be helpful or it could be detrimental in some ways. Right. To answer your question though, like November is normally like budget season is in full swing. So that's when these internal discussions about what a department's looking at operational levels and capital planning comes in. It's usually, at least a meeting every week. We've done it. I don't know how we did it last year. It was not that tight last year.
We're a few back-to-back meetings.
The first year we did it, it was like every week we had.
It was a nightmare.
We had a bunch of budget and stuff. But we got it done early, and it was necessary, I think, in educating at least the board at that time, which still has a couple members, about how municipal budgets work and all of the detail there. So that would be my thought for the finance committee is at that point, yes, come in with questions as we present this stuff to the board publicly in a friendly, collaborative way. And I think that would be a good thing. I know you're just one person there, so a 5 or 6 person group.
There is like 6 people on the
right. So everybody might have their own
might
have their own opinions on what's right, wrong, or appropriate. But again, as I just passed out, what we want to avoid is people at the end of the day resigning and dissolving a group that was seen as internally, I guess, as not being listened to, right? I don't think anybody wants to waste their time.
No, and
People to feel valued.
okay.
Yes, sorry.
And I guess I would just add, I've respected what the department heads have come up with, and I've understood and respected how Brennan was working with them to sort of say, do your best to keep costs down.
Sure.
This. I think it's unhelpful for the select board or anybody to say, well, how much sand did you buy? That's ridiculous. It's not a select board members.
We don't get into the weeds, that much of the weeds, right?
But it has been done. And so
Yeah.
I think what I think would be helpful is, if we end up in a place where, which we certainly could with tariffs and whatever else nonsense is going on, it's expensive. I think what we're gonna have to say is, okay, what services, town, do you want to get rid of? Because we can't provide everything that we have provided. Certain things by statute, we've got to keep the roads clear. So it doesn't matter how much it costs to do that, we've got to do it, right? But there might be other things that we have to make some hard choices about. And that might be something that the finance committee would be useful to do. And be more helpful than people standing up in meetings and listservs and saying, vote down this budget. Because why? We need to be realistic and work together.
Right, and to what you said before we went down that path about them, whatever, I totally agree that we would be operating in an advisory capacity. And if you need us to look at something like the budget and you say, hey, we got to pay for this, but we don't have enough money, the prices have gone up, ask the committee for their advice. That's what we're supposed to be doing, so.
If we're giving you charges tonight, and one of them is to go and figure out how this budget committee works with the Dresden, in the school realm of budgeting.
Right.
Another charge might be to have you come back to us and let us know how a finance committee works in a town similar to ours.
They've already done some homework on that.
Yeah, and someone had mentioned, a couple that seem to have worked.
Yeah.
Well, great. Like, let's hear about that. And best practices.
I have a question for the board and the finance committee. So one of the areas of controversy to me in the budget is that we always seem to run a large surplus. And then there's contention over whether the select board should frame spending of that surplus for certain capital projects or, whatever. So that always seems to be a bone of contention. So one thing is, why do we always have that large surplus? Should we budget more closely so there isn't one? And also, if there is that surplus, should we have some guidelines? Should we be thinking capital mostly? I mean, I think we found good options for the public to decide how to spend it. We had the culvert fund, and with all the storms, we need to build that up. We have the Emerald Ash Borer that's kind of a crisis. And I think that's reasonable, but it just seemed to be controversial.
Yeah.
Big chunk of money, and it's sort of like, well, what if 5 people in Norwich get to decide whether we're gonna vote on it?
Right.
Cutting down the ash trees, so.
Yeah, I mean, to the surplus point, and that was questioned, on several meetings and then explained, but, we did look back and said, okay, where did we overachieve here? Where did we not spend money? I mean, a lot of it was in personnel, which were unfilled positions that we had budgeted for, with obviously the assumption we would try to fill them, and some of those just went unfilled throughout an entire year. So that, I mean, obviously we want to have the tightest, most honest budget we can provide. I'm not sure what happens to the town manager who delivers the deficit in this.
No, we don't want to do that.
I don't know if the feathers come out immediately. But we've been lucky. We've been very lucky. I mean, the first year was,
lucky.
it was ARPA funding that floated a lot of that.
Yes, that's true.
But last year, again, we had a significant
Mhm.
surplus and, again, I.
It looks pretty favorable this year too, right?
Well, yeah, I don't want to say anything that's gonna jinx us.
Knock on wood.
We just spent $90,000 last meeting.
Last meeting, yeah.
On road repairs that we had no idea were coming our way.
Again, with
So,
storms.
yeah, it's
Crazy.
hard to predict when you're gonna get hit with unexpected things like that.
Might as well just say you're going to get hit. It's just when,
Right.
right? It's gonna be July 10th again this year.
Yeah, and we have emergency.
always
funds.
It's like July 10th.
Always in July.
All right, Priscilla?
Maybe the finance committee could help us with things like question I had. No offense to Barry or anything, not at all, but I'm looking at the revenues and maybe you could find out, is it really hard to budget certain things? Because for instance, the hold harmless account on the revenue side, it's budgeted at like, $15,500 and we've gotten almost $250,000. So that's, that makes us look great. But I don't know, is that one something that's so wild? It's absolutely unpredictable?
So I think Brennan has a comment.
So what I want to be very cognizant of is not undermining the work of our
No.
very competent finance director.
No.
So you asked that same question at 3:30 this afternoon.
Right.
She will have an answer for you probably by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. That to me doesn't seem like.
Oh, okay.
something you would
Well, I don't know if that would
ask
be,
the
would be
finance
helpful.
committee. I would say that is one of my main concerns about this whole group is there are competent people in place right now.
Right.
We have rebuilt the finance office. We-
Would the finance director want to meet with us or work with us, or we just go directly
think-
through you?
From past history of how that can turn into a negative situation, and it has, I think the town manager would be the conduit to any
Okay, so the town manager to the chair.
the town manager to the finance director, the chair of the finance committee, if there was a
Right,
specific
through
question.
you to the
would-
finance director.
Yeah, I think that's the best process.
Okay, Marcia?
But aren't we talking about, they're not gonna be coming to you with questions all the time? That's counterproductive.
No, that's not what I was anticipating. I was anticipating the finance committee is going to be participating in the public.
In the meetings,
As
right.
this comes out,
And
so.
working with the Dresden School District and their budgeting and that process and so
Yeah.
forth, yeah.
So I mean,
And finding out how their finance committee works.
Well, that's like upfront, yes, but I think when we get into the heat of our budgeting season, there's a lot of work and very little time to spend
Right.
explaining specific nuances.
I've done many budgets in my life.
Okay,
so I know.
so, okay.
Matt?
I know how it works.
Hang on.
oh, I wasn't finished. This is a follow-up.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm about to swerve in a different direction, so you should
Okay.
finish.
So I think we need to be clear that you're appointed by us. If you have questions, you ask us, and then we say that they can go to him.
Okay, so then, all right.
Right, because otherwise, we're gonna be in a situation that we've been really fighting for a couple of years, where people are going to staff and asking questions that should be brought here
Okay.
and then referred.
So all questions go to the board and not to Brennan.
You work for us.
Right. So I just want to make that clear. Let me make
We're
sure.
Getting all of us together, not individually, I think.
And I was gonna offer that I could send you a memo that I did a while ago about budgets, because I think it's important. You've probably already looked at the law, but in terms of having, I'm so sorry, I'm so sick. If you have excess funds, it talks about that. It talks about the VLCT's sort of analysis of how many towns have yearly have had, surpluses, and that's a good thing as opposed to a bad thing, because by law, you can't have a deficit. So I think we have to be cognizant of what the law says, and I'll send you that memo.
Yeah, if you could do that, that'd be great. Or the link to,
Yeah, it'll be in.
it will be in that. Okay.
In the memo. I cite everything.
Okay, great. Right.
Amen.
So to go back to kind of your question about when we've had either the ARPA, the ARPA funds or a large
Surplus.
How do we make the decisions? How do we distribute that kind of money?
Mhm.
And so the more informed way to do that is to have a really solid kind of capital plan for the next 5 years. Like what do we want to be as, like, what are the big things that we want to get done in 5 years? What are the important like services that we need to continue to maintain? Which other ones could we thin down? And like, and so right now we have a pretty good kind of like capital expenditure plan to like replace big trucks and do kind of stuff. And that's really important, but like, that's not the full capital plan. And a capital plan would be, you know, a joint, if the finance committee really understands our budget and the planning committee really understands kind of planning, and the select board is part of this whole swirl. If sort of members from all three of those departments or groups could get together and create a real capital, like town plan about where we want to be, then when we have an extra $200,000, we can look at our plan and say, oh, we really need to spend it on this, because even though we want, like, it'll help really inform our decisions.
Don't you already have a capital plan?
We have kind of a capital expenditure plan where we're replacing, you know, stuff on a timeline.
Right.
But what I'm talking about is like the town garage, right? Like in the future might need to be replaced or repaired or something. Like
Or
that.
for the town hall.
Or yeah, maybe the town hall, or we want, I don't know, like it's a bigger plan.
Right.
And it helps to inform kind of how to direct that surplus, because you're already, if you're directing it in one direction, you're also choosing not to spend it on something else. And so without a plan, it is five people kind of, you know, deciding that like this or, you know.
Well, in my experience, I'm kind of,
Yeah.
I mean, it's been public meetings to talk about surplus and then soliciting ideas from the public about what use that surplus could be.
Mhm.
And then a decision ultimately before the town meeting warning goes out that the select board would like to put this to the voters for their vote. So like, to me, that has happened properly, certainly at least.
It happened 2 years ago, right?
Well, last year too.
Yeah.
At some level, I think, Matt, what you're thinking of really falls to the planning commission in many ways, as far as like this statutory obligation to create a full capital plan.
Mhm. And again, it could be. I thought that there was more collaboration between groups than just the planning committee.
Well, I think it's statutorily in their court,
Right.
and that really hasn't materialized as far as meeting and, yeah, to talk about, but it really hasn't happened, at least today.
Right.
Was that what you were going to say, Marcia?
Yeah, I wrote a memo on this too, which I'll send to you. But basically, capital budget gets thrown around sort of loosely. And anything
That's what I kind of figured.
like a fire truck, that's a capital expense, right? Because it's a big thing. But under the statute, the only thing that's a capital budget is what has been approved in the town plan. And there's nothing in our town plan for big projects. You know, that would be like an enterprise water system or something like that. And that doesn't exist. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with the new zoning bylaws. Maybe they are going to propose a capital budget, in which case now we've got a new ball game. But right now, what we've got is the capital budget, big ticket items that we have nicely planned for.
Right.
Yeah, the bylaws have nothing to do with the plan, the town plan.
Right.
It's separate.
But you have to have the bylaws in order to make the town plan, so they may be amending the town plan next.
Chicken and the egg.
That's the discussion.
Wondering if, well, moving on in the evening, if we should be sort of gathering disaster data, like if we could predict when the next one's going to come, because I think that also affects, I mean, we could plan very nicely for buildings that depreciate at a certain rate, but when your police cars are burned up, or which has happened, okay, but through that whole sequencing of when you phase in your police cars, or when there's a flood that takes out you know, the slope failure on Hemlock Road, all of that, disasters also make a big difference. You know,
You
and
count on another disaster.
Well, I know.
Try to prevent it as much as you can, but
yeah, I mean, we do have a disaster fund, but it'd just be nice to get a handle on, well, how frequent are these and what, you know, is the history and what can we expect as part of the process? I don't know.
Maybe we should just budget for one every year.
Something, I don't know.
Well,
That's what I'm
so I think that's actually a good idea for discussion at the next budget is
Mhm.
some sort, outside of the emergency fund, that we have to keep at a certain level. But yeah, disasters like weather events are happening at least annually.
Financial costs of disasters.
And we don't really have anything set up there to budget for that. And we will not always have FEMA, you know, funding that would help us.
Yeah, we may not
We got
use
very
that.
fortunate this year to have $2 million+ of FEMA funds available because it met the, you know, the threshold of a national disaster. But we won't have that. We didn't have that 2 weekends ago when we lost Bragg Hill Road and Lily Hill Road. You know, and then we were scrambling.
Right.
So to me, that would make a lot of sense actually to think about.
Okay.
And we are planning for things like with the bigger culverts. I mean,
Mhm.
that helps avoid the 2017 thing.
Yeah.
You know?
But that's a process of
And that's a time,
building a culvert fund.
time and money process to get them all done, right? Like the two that just blew out were probably on the list, but not in a particular order. So. Should we quickly go through some of the rest of this?
yeah, real quick. Yeah. I'll try to do the best I can here.
Okay.
The committee terms and vacancies. We were voted in for just 1 year, most of us this year. And we want to make a recommendation that the following names be given this extension.
The structure, right?
Yeah.
So you got 26, 2 at 26, 2 at 27, 2 at 28, so it's staggered.
We could stagger it, otherwise it would not be staggered.
It all end at the same time.
We all end. It's over.
No, staggering is good.
Yeah.
It was just that we stripped that structure out with that charge. Should we move to have staggered 3-year terms?
We have a motion for that?
No.
No. Can we legally do that now or do we have to do that
Yes,
next time?
no, I think we can,
Okay.
but have the oomph to do it. Let's see, how would we put that? Do you want to move that, Marcia? So on section 4.
Yep.
Staggered terms.
I move to institute staggered 3-year terms for the finance committee with Wood and the vacant seat expiring in 2026. Russell and Spellman expiring 2027. Hepburn and James expiring 2028.
Second.
Okay. Let's vote on that. Priscilla?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Okay, Kimo?
All right.
We're voting on whether to provide staggered 3-year terms for the
Finance committee.
for the finance committee.
We're so tired.
And I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Are you in favor of that? You want to hear the motion again? It's kind of a.
He might be glitching.
Oh. Did you hear us? Okay, did you hear the motion?
Yeah.
Are you in favor of the motion?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, Marcia?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay,
Great.
that took care of the terms.
Okay, and then if there is a vacancy, how do you advise how often is a vacancy publicized?
That's up to, I think, the town manager's office.
Yeah, it's been very regularly recently for all committees, so.
It's like just on there, right?
Yeah, I'm not
it's listed.
aware that do you have a vacancy currently in?
Yeah, there is one.
It looks like a name, but it's vacant, right?
So, yeah, I mean, we do a periodic,
So once a year you ask for
no, it's probably,
nominations?
it's been more than that.
2 or 3 at least.
Yeah.
It's usually
We're
after
almost-
town meeting, right?
We were almost doing it monthly for a period of time,
Right.
but that
I
takes.
think it's still posted, isn't it?
Yeah.
Asking for applications.
Is that too many people?
I mean, we're not in a hurry to, we're just getting started. But I think it's a lot, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But I'd have to go back and talk to them. I think it's a lot of people, but,
And it's an even number, which sometimes isn't good.
right. And we go back and ask.
But
It's a lot to
it's an even
cover.
number, but the treasurer sits on it as well. So it makes,
A voting or non-voting?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Originally,
So I think it's an odd
ex officio,
number.
I think.
Yeah, she is ex officio for sure, whether that had any sort of a,
Oh, you mean Cheryl?
yeah.
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 Like, I know I've served on boards as ex officio and not had voting rights. But I can't speak to how this worked.
I don't think she voted at the last meeting.
So maybe ex
She might
officio.
have voted for chair and vice chair.
That she did.
Well, I would think it'd be more appropriate to be non-voting ex officio. And then I would wonder if 6 is too many.
Well, we probably can't take somebody off now, so.
We've got a vacancy.
Got a vacancy.
No, just don't.
Yeah, there's a vacancy.
Oh, I see.
All right.
6 would,
So we'd have 5 if we
so
didn't. fill the vacancy.
Cheryl as treasurer, or whoever the treasurer was in the future, would always serve on the committee because they're ex officio, but would have no voting rights, and then you'd have an odd number of.
Right.
I think it would make sense to have an odd number of
Yeah, me too.
members.
Do you have to have a motion for that to stick her back in since?
I move.
Okay.
I move to reduce the number of members on the finance committee to 5.
Okay, is there a second for that?
I'll second it.
Okay. And
That's it.
vote on that one. So, Priscilla,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Emo,
Yeah,
okay.
can you hear me?
Marsha?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I say yes.
okay, so that's reducing to 5. Do we need to say anything about the treasurer and ex officio?
No.
I think you should.
Probably to
I would
define it.
advise you to say the ex officio position of treasurer is a non-voting member of the committee.
I move to stipulate that the position of treasurer is an ex officio member of the finance committee with no voting rights.
Okay. Let's vote on that one. Oh, we need a second. For a second for that motion?
I'll second.
6 seconds. Okay, let's see how we vote. Priscilla,
Yeah.
Matt,
Yes.
Kimo,
Yes.
okay, Marcia,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. All right, now I wonder if that clears up most of the
That's it
structural.
for now. That's it. Yeah. It's a lot. Thank you. It's a good start. I really
Thank you for
think it is.
working with us. We appreciate it.
Oh.
We just sort of threw out a thing. And then people.
Grab for it, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Dave, you want to send all that information to Steve? Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you very
Anything
much.
else, guys? Oh my gosh.
Thank you
Thanks for
for your
sticking with
patience.
us.
Oh, thank you for sticking in with this.
How much more is on our agenda?
Yeah, we're halfway through now.
Oh, wait, let's see you, but didn't.
7-inning stretch.
You run around the block real quick?
We might need to have a break. Do we have a break? A minute break? Yeah.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Move.
Recording
stopped.
We're in session, okay. Can we, let's try to be efficient about this. We could, Marcia, do you think we could do a brief discussion of gift policy? It's nicely crafted, I think. That's our next one.
Let's just do it.
Let's give it a try.
Okay, so if everybody read the memo that I put with it,
Yes.
any questions or concerns?
Sorry, Priscilla?
I thought it was great and very clear, but the thing is, the one question I have is prohibition on solicitations with narrow exceptions for existing rec department scholarship program. And
what number are you looking at?
oh, this is the memo, the front page of the memo.
Okay.
Because I'm wondering about things like, we have a playground at Huntley that was, I mean, it's been there some years. It was funded completely by private donations. I don't know if that would have been prohibited. We have the Kids Bridge we just did. I don't know if that would have been prohibited. If an Eagle Scout wants to build, I won't even mention what. I mean, would that be considered a solicitation that would be prohibited? I mean, I'm not clear.
So if I read your policy, it would have to come to the select board for their approval, right? So I guess the town manager is kind of the gatekeeper of what might be appropriate or acceptable, and then would make a recommendation to the board to accept a gift. So if someone said, I want to pledge whatever amount of money to a certain project, they would go through a town manager review, and then the manager would offer that to the board for approval, at which point it would be possible to accept the gift, right? I think what we're trying to avoid is some committee saying, well, we'll take $500 and we're going to use it for this without anybody controlling how that's working.
See, I mean, the genesis of this was that, you know, there was a group that was soliciting for land, you know, and we need to be careful about that.
I remember that some years ago. Is that what you're referring? Oh, okay. Oh, gotcha.
So basically what we want to do is make sure that nobody's out there saying the town of Norwich wants you to give us this.
Okay.
But we do have this existing policy so that rec can ask for scholarships for programming and stuff. And then we can't monkey with statute. There's a statute that says that, you know, there's certain things that the planning commission can do within their work. And I'm not getting into that. I'm just saying that there's a statute. And so basically, people can offer us anything, but it's going to go through channels so that we're not blindsided.
Okay. I thought it was great the way it was laid out.
Thank you.
I have a question on C, A, where it says, pursuant to 24 VSA 1996, all municipal officers will have notice and or a copy of the municipal code of ethics, which includes the prohibitions and limitations on gifts. So how does that happen?
Mary, can you tell me where that is again?
Page 2 of your, I think your proposed policy.
It's under gifts
Right.
to, C is gifts to municipal officers and employees.
Municipal officers and employees.
C.
C1A.
C1A.
Oh, yeah.
It's just, how does this happen that, well, like, how would we get our copy without actually going and looking for it?
Our ethics person here. He's supposed to.
Is there a process where our town manager is supposed to supply us with this? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, by law, right? We had to bless somebody with the ethics.
I am the ethics liaison.
Right. So he's supposed to give out stuff to people.
Well, I think, yeah, everybody is supposed to take the ethics online course.
Yeah, we have to do that before September.
Before September 1st.
Are you serious?
Okay, so I would appreciate a little more, a little communication from our town manager about that at some point.
Yes, I can.
Okay, because I was just unaware of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So that's a housekeeping thing. Yeah, so it sounds like that has to be in there. You know, it's appropriate for it to be in there.
It's kind of a one-time thing, right?
It's like, it's like a 40, maybe it's 30 minutes of webinar, basically.
Webinar.
You're supposed to watch it as.
I like
selected.
webinars. I just didn't know about it. Okay.
So we wouldn't put that in here because it's a one-time thing, right?
Well, I'm just wondering that under C, the way you've written this, it just says that the municipal officers will have notice and or a copy. So you're saying in our particular case, it's been delegated to Brennan?
Yeah,
Or the state would do that?
No, he does it under this.
No. How does this happen? It flows down through the state?
The state says thou shalt do this.
Okay, so it flows down through the state. Okay, so that's one of those. Okay,
Right.
I think that's good. Thanks for that explanation.
Okay.
I think it's a really nice, comprehensive and well-written policy, and we probably shouldn't pass it tonight, but I would be comfortable doing that. We might want to sit with it a little bit more.
Next meeting.
Maybe just put it on for the next meeting.
Just kidding, Doug.
Does anyone have any further questions about the gift policy?
Thank you. I think it's great.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm just offering, could be approved tonight. 'Cause
It could.
on the agenda, we have this as a.
Do we have a little motion for it?
Which would take something off.
Oh, we
of-
do.
That's true.
Oh, hey.
I would be okay with
I
that.
move to approve the gift policy as presented.
Is there a
Second.
second? Oh, Kim did that one. He was waiting for that one. Any other discussion? Okay, let's vote. So Priscilla,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Chemo,
Yes.
okay, Marcia,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Okay,
Oh,
good.
yippee, done.
Mary, to get to your point there, 20, the statute that I cited, 24/1996.
Okay,
Paragraph 1, each municipality shall ensure the following are posted on the website and ensure that a copy is received by all municipal officers. So that'll be something Brennan will do.
okay. In his spare time, right? In his spare time. Glad we clarified that. Okay, so the next item is the town manager's goals and evaluation, and this is a format for evaluation that we can decide whether this is what we want to use in, I believe, August. Is that correct, Brennan?
September.
September.
Yeah.
So this is to sort of look over the format, to remember the contractual requirements of what needs to be evaluated, and just to make sure that we have clear expectations before we actually do the evaluating. So,
If I may,
yeah,
so.
go ahead.
So Mary and I worked on this over the last couple of weeks, I guess. We've been trying to figure out, based on kind of the brainstorming session that happened earlier after the board was convened, and some of the things that we kind of know, which I classified as special projects, which, are these things that we've tasked the town manager with
And Tracy.
pursuing,
So-
Tracy Hall and a couple different things. Yeah. So again, this is really using the same template that Marcia created last year, which was what grew out of a number of meetings about the evaluation should be similar to what the rest of the town's employees see as far as their evaluation. And it's really just been modernized. We took some of the things like the personnel policy was one from last year that we achieved. So that's obviously not useful to have anymore. So I did edit that a little bit, and yeah, I tried to make this as kind of simple as possible as far as understanding for me what we would be evaluating my performance on, and hopefully it makes sense to the board that these are the things you're tasked me with pursuing.
So we don't have to do much except respond if there's something that you see is missing or, if we've included goals that you agree with. Some tasks are just gonna come up year after year. Hiring and managing staff, preparing the budget and so forth. And good communication skills. So some of it's fairly standard and others are just the wild cards, like disasters or construction projects and things like that. So the idea is just to have a look so that we have something in mind before we have to actually do the evaluation in September. Maybe you take notes about what's happening so that you remember, once it's time to state something. Ursula?
Were you hoping we would approve this form tonight? I see there's a motion.
Well, I don't know if you need to, we could approve it or, and then we'd be set. If you need to sit with it a little more because we're tired, that's okay.
I'm very tired, but I made a bunch of notes.
Okay.
And I can anticipate some of the pushback I'm going to get, but anyway.
Well, let's hear it.
Goal number 1, maintain town functions. That's, of course, that's broad, TM fulfills statutory duty to perform and execute the duties required of the town. That's pretty broad brush. When we get down to associated goals, maintain a fulfilling work environment, focusing on retention and attraction of qualified employees. That's very important. And I don't know how we do this properly, but it seems to me at the moment, this is a very top-down evaluation form. It's like, what do we think? But I think it's important to get some ground-up feedback. And I don't know how we would do this, but that even though we're told we can't talk to the department heads, it would be useful to talk to the department heads, say, and ask them questions like, are they given clear goals and expectations? Do they get helpful feedback? Is there support for professional development? Is there an atmosphere, an environment of trust and respect? Do the department heads or any other employees feel they can approach the town manager with suggestions, concerns, feedback? Do town employees, regular ones, do they think it's a good place to work? I think that would be important to round out that one big,
task
question.
Yeah.
And as I said, I don't know how we do it. I'm mindful that we are not to micromanage. We're not to mess with your relationships with the department heads. And however we would do this, it would have to be so that absolute safety zone for people to talk to whoever. And I don't know whether one should do it or several. I mean, seems to me Matt would be a logical guide and talk to the people in the fire department about.
Or it could be a survey, an anonymous survey, because then it's not.
Yeah.
And do you want to say more about the type of feedback, or we should discuss your idea, I think, but.
No, I don't know how we do
feedback
this.
from.
But I think it's important to find out,
Okay, well, let's discuss. Let's discuss that. Do you have comments on this idea?
Yeah, we have a contract and the contract specifies how we do this. So if you want to change it, the next time we do a contract with Brennan, that's when we negotiate something like this.
So a contract says we can't do an evaluation that I would think would be a pretty standard way to evaluate somebody, which would include the people who work for the person as well as.
Section 4, A and B, very clear. That's how we do it. That's what we negotiated.
Too bad, then.
Now, eons ago, when we had an interim town manager, Brennan, and we hadn't made any plans about how we were going to go forward, but his contract was about to expire. But that contract didn't have anything about this. And so what we did was we brainstormed and we said, well, let's talk to people. We didn't have a contract. So if you want to talk about this, we have to do a new contract, we can do it then.
Well, I'm gonna push back slightly as a devil's advocate. So let's see, the board shall annually review and evaluate the employee's accomplishment of the goals and objectives referenced above. This review and evaluation process shall be in accordance with specific criteria developed jointly from time to time by the board and employees. So if, let's say it was a survey, it was a blind survey, and just devil's advocate, and Brennan thought it was okay, I think we probably would not be violating the terms of the contract to do that. But I think that his opinion is, of course, essential. And also, someone would have to develop it, would have to truly be blind. Wouldn't want it to be a sort of a popularity contest. So it's tricky, I think.
No, and we're looking for constructive things. We all want to have a good work environment here in town. And if there's some things that, maybe could be tweaked, wouldn't that be helpful?
Well, maybe there's look at ask Brennan, is there a process when you're evaluating employees where they give you feedback? I mean, do you have that with your contractual relationship with employees, or not so much?
Where they would give me feedback on our relationships?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we delve a little bit into personnel here, which
that's true.
I'll be cautious of, but generally, I think we have an annual evaluation for folks that I am managing, which would be, I assume, the people that Priscilla is talking about here. Mm-hmm. Is that correct? Like,
oh, yeah.
Anyone who I was performing a performance evaluation on would then be asked, well, how do you think things are going with Brennan? And I guess an anonymous survey would be a way to do that, where someone is not feeling like, if I said something negative, then that would be kind of held against me at some point. So I'd like to think about it. I guess I hadn't heard this before. Mm-hmm. I guess I would also add, I think, the retention record of department heads in some ways speaks to the stability of the town at this point in my tenure. I feel like we're not losing department heads due to concerns over their working environment, which I'm proud of. I feel like that's a positive thing I brought to the community. So the question of one, right, the associated goal works to maintain a fulfilling work environment, focusing on retention and attraction of qualified employees, is, I would say, a big part of the town manager's role. Like, it's not a daily thing, but it's an important piece. And then how to evaluate that, I guess I'd want to have a little more time than just saying, yeah, why don't we come up with an anonymous survey and send that out to everybody?
Right. That's just hypothetical, just to play around with Priscilla's idea.
Yeah. Well, and whatever we do, we want to make sure that you're comfortable with the way we're evaluating, and that you feel that would be a fair way to do it. Mm-hmm. I mean, and I don't know why an evaluation form per se couldn't be public knowledge. Just like, this is how we evaluate people.
Well, I mean, I think to Marcia's point, like,
not filled out, but just
like this was created, 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. And it was kind of like, let's
try it.
Let's see how this goes. And that was one of the important parts of the town manager's job that I wanted to capture here in the evaluation, because, one, I feel like it's something I've done well, and two, it's a critical part of a town to be able to kind of keep and fulfill, their employees. So, I mean, I think this template could be approved as, yeah, this makes sense to everybody, and then we could have some further discussion about, okay, how does the select board and the town manager agree we could do this in a useful and equitable way.
All right. Marcia?
Well, I think, you know, what I've seen in my tenure on this board with more than one town manager, we know the answer to that question. It doesn't need a survey. And I think we do have to remember that this is a personnel issue. So we've got a contract, and I think it really doesn't anticipate that kind of a survey. And if we did negotiate that in the future, I don't think that in any shape or form should be a public document because it's part of an evaluation process. So I think that we need to step back from this and understand that in the past, when we had problems, the select board knew it.
It's true.
And the select board was hearing from people, and it was very awkward. So, you know, there's no hiding things in a small town like this, right? We've lived it. And I think we stick with this. If you want to try and negotiate something different in the future, then we can talk about that. And council should be involved because they were involved with this too. And then, you know, whatever comes out of it, if there were some feedback, that's not for public consumption. That's
No, of course not.
Oh, are you all set, Marcia?
Yeah.
Okay, Matt?
I like the idea. I find the idea of evaluating the town manager, without input from sort of direct reports to be kind of like an incomplete evaluation. And certainly in the private sector, there's lots of different ways to do in evaluations where you're receiving input from people at your same level as direct reports or whatever it be. Generally, that's more like it's geared towards self-improvement. It's not a way to like dump on someone. It's a way to say, I think you're doing these things good. I think you can, these, things could be improved. And then, for the next year, that person has some goals and some ways to self-improve. And so if we're looking at this as a larger, as like a holistic way to evaluate, how someone's doing their job, I thought it was interesting. I didn't realize that this sort of framework was used to evaluate department heads as well. But like, I think it would be great to use this and some sort of like, survey of direct reports that creates that, evaluation. And so it could be used for Brennan, it could be used for department heads. As a leader in different things, I could see this having real value to I would want this. I'd want input from my direct reports, because how do I know if I think I'm doing well because nobody's quit. But I'm sure that direct reports could also say, you could be doing this better. And sometimes the advice is just not good advice, but sometimes it is good advice. And maybe you could do something better or whatever. It's also good to hear the things that you are doing better.
So it sounds like a survey could give us valuable information.
Yep.
But perhaps it should be, as Brennan was suggesting, this is sort of a nucleus. This is, what our expectations are and what we would, how we would rate. So it's more general. We could consider approving this tonight and then think some more about it in a survey. And I'll talk to Brennan about whether he's comfortable. Someone will have to develop the survey. So we may, get busy and not do it, or it might be brilliant and be something that we use going forward, as Matt has suggested. But if this is adequate for people, I would suggest that we prove it tonight. So, but if people need more time, that's fine, because it's late again. How do you all feel about it?
I'm happy to move it.
You're gonna move it? Okay.
I move to approve the town manager evaluation form as presented.
For a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further comments?
I just wanted to be clear, we are going to talk about potentially adding some sort of anonymous survey
Yes,
or something.
but you know what, I'll put it on as a future agenda item.
I'm really uncomfortable with it. I mean, I'm not uncomfortable negotiating it for the next contract. But for this, when's the next contract? I've got.
And this motion would not put that in play,
No.
but, and Brennan might be comfortable with it, it's the other thing.
Well, I guess I'll say this tonight. So we have the next evaluation, and then my contract ends a year from September 26th. I would suggest we start thinking at that time of this next evaluation, whether the town would like me to continue on as the town manager past the year.
Think ahead.
Because in any event, if that's not the case, I will obviously want to be looking at other options.
Sure.
And I'd like to have, a bit of time to decide, would I want to come back and continue to serve?
Right.
So I guess I'd like to see how the evaluation goes this year, because I didn't appreciate how it went last year necessarily.
Last year, yes.
Yeah, a little bumpy, and I think it could be done better and will be done better this year. Pending that being a positive evaluation, I think we should, at that point, start thinking about what is the town and
continuity. Yeah.
What do I want to do? And that would be a good time, probably before budget season, to have that discussion.
Good timing, yeah.
At which point, that might be a good time to pull direct reports to see how they would feel about continuing on with me, again, assuming I was
Right.
doing that. So that timing might work well.
Okay.
For the kind of how do the employees working under the current town manager feel about their interaction relationship, and would they advise continuing on, or I guess everybody could say, heck no, that guy's a jerk, and
I don't think that's
rid of
gonna
him.
happen, but
I don't either, but it could, and or everybody could be very positive and say, hey, this has been a good 2-year stint, and we'd like to see the stability kind of continue on into the future.
okay. So are we, Kimo?
Yeah, hi.
Comment?
I think, evaluations aren't always friendly and bubbly, and that's okay. They're evaluations, and they're fair and honest. In part 3A, under leadership and management, it says, we have to judge your ability to communicate with the select board, town staff, committees, commissions, boards, and elected officials, town goals, objectives, and so on. The only way I think we have to judge that is to get feedback from the people that you're communicating with. So I don't think this is mean-spirited or anything. It just, if we are supposed to evaluate that, we have to have some
feedback,
knowledge and feedback, I think. Not in a weird, complicated, mean way, it just makes sense. That's what you do in any business or organization. So I don't think there's any mean-spirited kind of intention here. Just that's what you would do. Sorry, that was my.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other? Oh, Marcia?
I just think we see that all the time. I mean, every time we have a meeting, we see if we're making progress on stuff, we see rapport with the different reports that are coming in and with the town people. I mean, Peter Horner, for example, right? I mean, I just think it's evident from the work that we're seeing done, and comparing it to other examples I have seen, I'm confident of that. Now, that does not mean I'm interested in changing things a little bit. We can certainly do that, but I think we are getting information all the time if we're listening. And we do have an opportunity every time we make a contract to renegotiate stuff. And you do that based on how things have been going, perceived new needs, you know, can we do this better? But I think due process, notice and hearing is due every person, especially employees. So I would like to just go forward with this, and, you know, I think Brennan has a good suggestion. And if we're gonna start negotiating an extended contract, maybe that is a good time to look for that information.
Okay,
But
good. So,
I think this format is fine as far as it goes, but I like Matt's word, it feels incomplete. So I'm not going to be voting for it because I'm afraid if I do, then it'll be that's it, it's done. We can't do anymore.
well, nothing in the motion prevents us from doing more. It just doesn't enable it.
Yeah. That's how I read it.
we're just talking about this here. Everybody had notice about what this contract said. Get this evaluation done. Learn from it. We've had 2 go-rounds. You know, we'll learn something from this one and then proceed.
Well, shall we take the first step of voting for or against this motion? Guess ready to vote?
It's on the table.
All right, let's, so Priscilla, how do you vote?
No, because I feel it's incomplete.
Okay, Matt, how do you vote?
I vote yes with the qualification that we're gonna discuss.
Then we have an agenda item to discuss further, okay? Kimo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay. And Marcia?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, but definitely I'm making the list for future agenda for the survey idea and the timing idea that Brennan brought up. Okay, now maybe we can motor through the rest of this stuff. Let's see. The transfer station fees. Brennan?
Yes, let me
Yeah,
just
go ahead.
phrase that, frame it. So every year, the select board would approve the coming fiscal year's transfer station fees. Last year, we did a fairly intensive review. We actually asked the solid waste committee to do some evaluation and come up with some suggestions. I think people remember that. Matt and Kimo obviously weren't here for it, but my suggestion is that in talking with Barry and looking at where we stand as far as revenues versus expenses, we're in decent shape here with 2 months or a month ago. I don't see any reason to change the fees that we have currently in place. So this could be as simple, if everyone else agrees, that we would just move to readopt the current fees for next year. The timing issue here is that the staff will start selling the next year's stickers probably in the middle of June. So if we do it now, then that's all determined and we don't have any ambiguity about what might or might not change as far as the cost.
Okay, any questions or comments?
Just one stupid one. I just think it's funny to think you're going to estimate how many cubic yards are in a sofa or a chair,
Oh,
but,
yes.
but that's their issue. That does not hold up my vote.
Can I have a motion? Would like to make a motion?
I can move that.
To approve the Norwich transfer station fee structure as presented.
And a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further comment? Seeing none. Priscilla, how do you vote?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Kimo?
Yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
Yes. So enthusiastic. Okay. Oh, we have this lovely rescuing the flags agenda item.
Yeah, this is on there only because that came out of Fund 37 and it was under $50 and the new flags were purchased before Memorial Day, obviously, to get them up. So again, this is just kind of a housekeeping.
So it's nice. It's like
It is
our
nice.
flags are up to date and the old ones didn't touch the ground, were retired properly, and
Yep.
it's all good, right?
Yeah.
We have a motion for
But
this
I
one.
just, another
yeah, go
funny
ahead.
comment. I think it's funny that the American flag says 100% made in USA. And you look at who sold it, Guangzhou Duli.
Oh,
Chinese company sold this 100% made in America flag. I just think that's funny, but I'm punching.
okay.
Authorize the expenditure of $46.98 to be paid from Fund Number 37 Main Street Flag Fund for the replacement of flags outside Tracy Hall.
Is there a second?
I'll say,
Okay, any further discussion? Being none. So how do you vote?
yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Kimo?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Marcia?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay,
See, I've been paying attention to Michelle at the police department. Look for those funny little dresses, to see if you're being scammed on stuff.
oh, yes.
Yeah, so I'm just paying more attention to stuff.
Yeah. Okay, next is the Citizen Assistance Fund. Would you like to?
Yeah, I think my memo is probably pretty clear here.
Yeah.
We're seeking $665.59 to help a resident in need.
Okay, another motion?
I move to authorize the expenditure of $665.59 to be paid from Fund Number 33 Citizen Assistance Fund to assist a citizen.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none. How do you vote? Priscilla?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Kimo?
Yes.
Marcia? Yes. You need to laugh this time of night. I'm a yes. Okay,
Okay.
now we have the town manager's
Making our
report.
votes look boring.
Okay, so town manager report. I don't think I mentioned our new assistant, our finance assistant's name at the last meeting, but her name is Patience Pierce, and she's been with us here for 3 weeks, I think, and is working out really well. So if you haven't met Patience yet, pop in and say hello. In the finance department, continuing to work on documenting process and procedures and improving the efficiency of the office. And the annual audit is going to once again begin. So it's kind of like we get a couple months of reprieve here and then it begins again.
Wasn't that one of their recommendations to sort of codify the processes?
Yes, some of that is kind
I'm sure
of
you'll notice, yeah.
addressing issues. Yep.
That's good.
You heard from Jan earlier. Stephen wanted me also to mention that June 10th at 6:30 is the public hearing for the new bylaws, and those will be posted prior to that. And I guess I would just encourage anyone to attend early and get a grasp of what they're talking about doing, because that will come to the board after the public hearing for final approval. Not a whole lot going on in the police department. There's a police report. We did have, as I'm sure folks are aware, a concentrated traffic enforcement period.
Yes.
Where our force and some folks from out of town came up under the Governor's Highway Institute grant, and I think 35 or 36 moving violations were written in those periods. So, this is kind of a response to people's concern and complaints that we are seeing speeding in the town. And I know the chief is very aware of that. And I think we have, we're doing our best to try to address those issues.
People noticed.
People, yeah, positively and negatively.
Yes.
It was not all congratulations on jobs well done, but
I got questions. What are they doing in our town?
yeah, we had some Springfield folks. So that was what they were doing, and that we won't announce any dates, but that might happen again.
Good.
So people should be cognizant of our speed limits and driving safely. DPW, so most of the work on Bragg Hill has been completed. Willie Hill still has some work to do underway. And then, as you may have noticed, walking in the front door, we have had a chasm open up under the corner of Main Street. So that is going to be under the amount required of the select board to approve, but I've directed Chris to move forward on an emergency repair to get that fixed as soon as we can. It might be next week at this point. So a lot of busy contractors working around the areas you would imagine. And some good news on the hiring front that we made an offer for an equipment operator that was accepted. And so we'll have a new equipment operator starting in early June. And again, I'll withhold the name until they're here and working. But
Good.
Yep. So still 2 open vacant spots for equipment operators, however. Fire department, I was told to mention that the Touch a Truck event that we had, was that a week ago, Matt?
Oh, it was great.
Yes, I heard it was well attended and a lot.
I always go, and Matt had to be there.
Do you get to haunt the?
We got to cut up things with the jaws of life.
Yes.
Well, that's good.
Kids loved it.
And then I guess the other positive piece there is 4, maybe 5 as of today, new recruits are kind of making their way through the process and getting paperwork turned in. So that's good news. Recreation department, I was just going to mention that the presentation of the secret garden that is being performed right upstairs is going to happen on May 31st and June 1st.
Oh.
So I think there's a flyer in the hallway there, and I know they've been in Tracy Hall performing and rehearsing and creating the background. So it's very nice. Summer camp planning is also well underway at this point, and I know Bree's working on managing some of the programs, and I'm sure those will be well attended. The town clerk just wanted to mention that the new scanner, which you'll see if you look to the left as you walk out, is operational. So that was installed and is working, and that's good news. And then the only thing I had from the TM's office, I did issue the RFP for the cellular service providers for the emergency tower. That's been up for about 2 weeks now, and the deadline for responses is June 18th. So I did get one quick response back saying we'll think about submitting. I thought that was at least one. And yeah, we'll see. We did proactively send that out to the 4 major cellular providers in the region, so they know about it at least. And no guarantees on whether we'll get interest or not, but it's out. And then as I just walked out today to see the finished product, the Beaver Meadow Road shoulder improvements have been completed. So we still have one culvert there in front of the American Legion that needs to get repaved, but the shoulders themselves are in place. I thought they were what I had anticipated they would be.
It looks good.
Yeah,
It does look good.
Yeah, once it naturalizes, like once the grass comes up again.
Yep.
It'll look
And,
nice.
and somebody wrote me a note saying it's so nice that, it was done in a way that, just kind of blends in instead of like acidified sidewalk of cement.
I think that's the
Natural effect.
the British pathway, I think is.
That's why that one person wrote in and had this brilliant idea for putting Jersey barriers on Beaver Meadow Road, because did you see that?
No.
Oh, he said, oh yeah, I can solve, instead of spending $700,000, on a sidewalk for 1,000, we'll put the Jersey barriers and just make us like, and I wrote him back and said, hey, it's in. If you go too fast, you won't see it.
Well, again, that was a work that took quite a while to get completed, but I think it's in and seems to be working.
Nice.
Well done.
Yeah, thank you. So that's all I had for the report today.
And then,
Questions?
Stella, did you want to speak to the finance report with Barry?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I've written a memo, but I just want to say for all of those millions of listeners out there, thanking her for giving us this nice report, which has really helped inform my examination of all the detailed stuff that followed. And I, had some questions that, as requested, I sent in memo form, but I didn't get to it till 3:30 this afternoon because I spent all this beautiful day inside with this because I'd had company. But anyway, no, I'm delighted.
I appreciated it too. I hope it wasn't too onerous.
No, I think,
Well, it really helps when you look at the stuff and say, aha.
Puts it in perspective.
It does. It's good. It's good. Yeah. So I won't ask the questions I asked in my memo because I'll let Barry get to them when you can.
you'll get some answers.
Okay, shall we move on? Our next item is approving the minutes of May 14th. Let's see, can I have a motion for that? Or is there any amendments, I guess?
I don't think so.
I move to approve the minutes for May 14, 2025 as presented.
I'll second that.
Okay. Further discussion?
Jenny takes good minutes.
I'm just noting that I believe Alexa and Manning have requested an amendment, as I understood it, for amendment for increased detail on the exchange between her and the town manager wouldn't necessarily qualify under these conditions, but.
So that was in
in the
correspondence.
Yeah.
Right.
I just, if anyone had any comment on why that is.
I missed this. What did you, I'm sorry, I'm having hearing trouble.
So there was a comment that came in under correspondence with someone requesting that the minutes be added to provide a little more
right.
detail.
Yeah.
Which has not normally been the practice.
Right.
So kind of the minutes are what you've written, and there is a tape of the entire meeting if anyone wanted to very specifically figure out each word, but.
Right.
And it's in the record now.
It's in the record, right? Because it's in the packet. Yeah.
Okay, so Priscilla, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No?
Yes.
I don't know, it's just so funny.
What's so funny?
It's so enthusiastic, Kimo, it's great.
Or else you're having trouble hearing us, or you think we have trouble hearing you.
Yes, the yellow.
Okay. So then AP warrants, would someone like to move those?
I move to approve AP warrant 1309 in the amount of $24,521.22 to be paid from the general fund. AP warrant number 1311 in the amount of $465.59 to be paid from the Citizen Assistance Fund. AP warrant number 1313 in the amount of $131.50 to be paid from the general fund. And AP warrant number 1316 in the amount of $868.16 to be paid from the general fund.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there questions? Seeing none. Priscilla, how do you vote?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Kimo?
Yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay. Receipt of correspondence. And we had, let's see. From Chris Kaufman, we had a memo about the damage to Bragg Hill Road and Willie Hill Road. From the planning commission, the notice of the public hearing for the zoning amendments. And then we had 13 submissions to do with the dog park. One about noise, one about meadow access, Robert Parker one, and the rest were mostly either wanting us to exclude section 13 or just objecting to the idea of a dog park. Right. So that's kind of how it came in. And let's see. We have a motion for the correspondence. We'd like to do that.
I move to accept all correspondence.
And a second? Second. Okay, I think Marcia got that one. Any comments or questions? Seeing none. Priscilla, how do you vote?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Kimo?
Yeah.
Okay, and Marcia?
Yes.
Yes. And now we come to number 19.
I have a question.
Oh, yes.
We had talked about a motion to dissolve the audit committee,
Oh,
but we didn't. do
do we need to
I thought you,
organize it a little bit? I don't think we did it. I was thinking of putting it on as an agenda item.
I thought that's what you were going to do.
Yeah, I think that might be good.
You warn it.
At it when we weren't tired. So it's definitely on the, we have a nice robust list now. They were running out of things to talk about. No.
Never.
Right. Okay, is there a motion to adjourn? You want to do that?
I move to adjourn the meeting.
And a second?
Second.
Oh, all right. All right. Priscilla, how do you vote?
Oh, yeah.
Pat?
Yep.
Kimo?
Yeah.